This conference will now be recorded.
Good morning, everyone. We will be starting another within a 5 or 10 minutes. Good morning, Parampal sir.
Good morning, ma'am. Good morning.
Sir, we will be starting first session around 9:45.
Okay.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning, ma'am. We welcome you here, ma'am.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I hope I am clearly audible to you.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, perfectly fine.
My screen is visible.
Yes, ma'am.
So whenever you wish to start, I am ready with it.
Okay, ma'am. Okay. Good morning, everyone. Today we are going to start the second day of AICT sponsored faculty development program. Now I would request Dr. H.S. Dal to introduce expert speaker of this session. Please, sir.
Yes, is my voice audible now? A very good morning, one and all.
There is some problem from your side. There is a problem with echo. I suppose two parallel devices are very nearby.
Yes, a very good morning, ma'am. Dr. Sonia, ma'am. A very good morning. My voice is audible now.
Yeah, it's audible. Earlier also it was audible, but there was a
But
problem of
yes,
echo.
yes. You were right. There were
Now
two
it's
devices nearby. Okay.
yeah.
Thanks, ma'am. So, all the participants, a very good morning. Today, the first session is being taken by Dr. Sonia Chawla, Associate Professor, Guru Nanak Dev University, in the Department of Humanities and Management.
Sorry, I am interrupting.
And
I am working
a very, I'm sorry, ma'am. There's a mistake. Dr. Sonia Chawla is Associate Professor at NIT Jalandhar in the Department of Humanities and Management. Uh, Dr. Sonia has her PhD in Management from GNDU and MBA in Finance and Marketing from Punjabi University, Patiala. She is also a fellow of Cost and Management Accountants. And Dr. Sonia has her research interest in the area of service quality measurement, financial economics, portfolio management, and cost accounting. She is specifically having works on issues related to financial intermediation, portfolio management, and corporate governance. Dr. Sonia has affiliations with a lot many professional bodies. She is a fellow with Cost and Management Accountants of India, a life member of All India Management Association. These are a few to name. Dr. Sonia has also a large number of research publications in journals as well as conference publications. She has guided many PhD students as well. Uh, we are honored and privileged, ma'am, to have you on the panel of experts. Dr. Sonia would be deliberating on the topic Reinventing Horizons, Education 4.0. So over to you, ma'am, and thanks once again for sparing your time to be in this session. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much for introducing me. First of all, let me take the privilege to pay my gratitude to the organizers of this faculty development program. I had gone through the brochure which Dr. Navdeep has sent to me very exhaustively. They are taking care of the different areas, which will definitely give a thrust to the education in this pandemic time. And we all know that we all academicians and more than our students are suffering in this pandemic. So this is the time of the collaborative learning. This is the time where we need to push each other's efforts so that if the deficiency is left in one area can be covered by the other area. So when I'm talking of the education 4, I'll be touching these particular issues also. And more detailed I'll be taking up tomorrow, where I'll talk of the mitigation strategies for the students, particularly in the post-COVID. So today I'll be talking basically what is education 4, how it is different from education 1, 2, 3, what are the ingredients of education 4, and how education 4 has evolved, how it is to be synchronized with industry 4, and what is the need of education 4, and how it will contribute in the present, particularly present pandemic times, and the stage at which our countries undergoing a rapid transformations, particularly in the areas of entrepreneurship, digitalization, giving more emphasis on the startup India and creating more employment opportunities, where education 4 talks of all these issues. So probably because of the shortage of the time, I may not be able to go into detail each and every aspect, but I'll try to share my experiences on this. And the other important request to all the participants and to the organizers is that whenever FDP is conducted, FDP is the faculty development program, and I hope you all understand that a development can never occur with one-way flow of communication. Unless and until there are certain doubts, unless and until there is certain discussion, unless and until there is certain brainstorming, unless and until certain ideas, certain thoughts do emerge, there cannot be development. So it's my humble request to all the participants that wherever you feel of going into details, going into discussions, going for certain deliberations, you have certain viewpoints to put forward, please contribute. Otherwise, what will happen that what generally happens in the 5 days, and moreover in this pandemic times, it has become all the more difficult because I may not able to interact you physically. You cannot interact me. I cannot read your expressions. I cannot read your body language, from where I can make out that where your doubts arise. The only thing which I can have is that when you interact with me through this online platform. So I would request everybody to have as much interaction as possible. Otherwise, you can find everything available on the internet. Today, I'm going to talk about the open source material available on the different websites, open source softwares. I am going to talk about the massive online open courses. You have all there available on the net, and which is free of cost. You don't need any instructor, you don't need any resource person to enrich your knowledge. That is particularly education 4 speaks about. The only purpose of having such kind of programs is that we go for the collaborative kind of learning, and we have the maximum discussions, and we become the contributors for the real development of the academia in particular and the economy in general. So that's my humble submission to all of you. Dr. Navdeep, I'd like to have one query from you is that who are the participants of this particular course? Is it the faculty only?
Faculty and research scholars also, ma'am. Faculty
Research
of engineering
scholars
and management, both.
and
Research
research.
scholars.
Okay, okay, okay. So we have the people who are connected with the academics only. Okay. So I'll be starting the presentation. Okay, first is that what is education? We talk of the HEIs. HEI is the Higher Educational Institutes of India. I am basically concentrating not on the primary and the secondary level education. I am talking only on the HEIs because my audience consists from the HEIs. HEIs means the central universities, state universities, IITs, NITs, private institutes, autonomous institutes, research scholars who are serving the higher education. There is some disturbance. There is a person with MK. I do not know. Mic is on. If you can keep yourself muted. You'll be given a proper opportunity to interact. At the end of every slide, I'll ask you for the discussions and deliberations and the questions. Now, in this pandemic time, I was talking to you. I was talking to you that these times are more tough for us. Okay. Now we talk of the HEIs. What does education basically is? Education is to provide knowledge, know-how, wisdom, and character. Generally, a role of the teacher is confined that what is there in the syllabi, teacher thinks that what is there in the syllabi, I have to cover those content only. What as a teacher I am doing there is that I am only giving a knowledge. The role of the teacher to deliver as a knowledge is not sufficient because there are already n number of sources which are available which can provide better knowledge which I can provide as a teacher. Now, the second aspect which is a teacher has to give is to know how to do the things right. What is the technique to do the thing? Knowledge is that you know that this is a thing, it is to be done. Now, how that thing is to be done in a right way, that is the other thing which a teacher has to provide, an educator has to provide. Then is the wisdom. Wisdom basically is that in our daily life, we have n number of tasks, but every task is not as important as the other one. Moreover, which task is to be done at what time? Because the right thing done at the right time only has a meaning. You may do the wonderful task, but if it is not at the right time, then it may not be of any worth. So you need to set the priorities. You see that there are companies in the world, there are certain companies in the world which are considered as the most innovative companies as compared to the other one, because they are able to give a solution better and ahead of your competitors. As a customer, you want that you should be able to find a solution to a problem as early as possible. So what is your wisdom, that how you are setting your priorities? That is the other aspect. And fourth one is the character, and I'll say this is the most important part on the teacher to build a character. You may make a student a knowledgeable, you may tell the know-how, you may give the wisdom to apply the priorities, but what is the character of the person? Character basically is the identity of the person. Character basically tells you which is reflected when you are in this world and when I go out of this world, how the people recognize me, whether I am a respectable when I am on the chair or when I am off the chair also, how trustworthy I am, how ethical I am. So building a strong character of the student is as equally as important as giving the technical knowledge and the conceptual knowledge. Now this is a time frame to reach 100 million customers. Now you see, when I talk of the education 4, why the education 4 has become more important. From this chart, you can see that how many years and the days it took to reach to 100 million customers. For the telephone, if it was 75 years, for the TV, it was 22 years. For the Instagram, it is 2 years. For the WeChat, it is 1 year. That means technology is penetrating at such a rapid pace, which you cannot imagine even. Now I come to the education for. Now from the previous this time frame, as a educationist, what can you conclude that what is your role in the development of the student? Because my student, the students to whom I'll be teaching, they'll be somewhere working in a, I mean to say, public utility company, maybe IT company, maybe some engineering corporation, anything, maybe making the chips of the system. But they'll be working in one of the companies, or they'll be having their own startup related to a field. They have their own startups or they're working in a company. The one thing is very clear, that the technology penetration is very, very fast, very, very quick. Now, as an educationist, what is my duty, my responsibility? And what do you feel that how I should change my modus operandi, how I should change my pedagogy system so that my student should be able to match the speed of the technology penetration? Yes, anybody? I'm not able to see any audience even. Can you keep your cameras on? My dear audience, can you keep your cameras on? If you cannot talk to me, at least I can see you. I feel my audience is annoyed with me. They're not ready to keep their cameras on even. Okay, I told you at the start that anything, if it's just a one-way flow of communication, it does not make any sense. I've already told you, unless and until you contribute, you ask, you introspect, you deliberate, there cannot be any development. No, as a participant, as a research scholar, or as a faculty, whatever comes to your mind, please discuss, please discuss. Okay, and it's a very simple question that as a faculty member or as a research scholar, how you can cope up with the pace of the technology penetration. It's a very, very simple thing which we can discuss upon. Okay, if you are not, I mean to say, really interested to discuss upon the things, I'll move to the next slide. Not an issue. Probably you may take some time. Okay, now I come to education 4. Okay, before education 4, how the education 4 came into picture. Education 4 came into picture from the industry evolution. It came from industry 4. Right from the industry 1 to industry 2 to industry 3, and then is the industry 4. Industry 4 is based on the cyber physical systems, but before that you need to understand what is industry 1, 2, 3, 4. I'll not go into details. I'll come to industry revolution 4. Industry revolution 4, this was a concept which was given at the World Economic Forum in Davos in 2016, which announced the fourth industrial revolution and predicted a major shift about the future of the jobs. Disruptive technologies driven by Industry 4 added more fire to already VUCA word. VUCA word is the volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous word. We all are operating, be it an education industry, be it MNCs, anything, we all are operating in a VUCA word. We are operating in a very volatile, uncertain, complex, and unambiguous word. Then the technological breakthrough is rapidly shifting the frontiers between tasks performed by humans and those performed by machines. And if you see, There is a book by Noah Harari, where the author says that there is a quite danger that the pace at which we are working on the artificial intelligence, although it's a human being only which is developing the artificial intelligence and the machine design, but still there is a risk, there is a debate whether artificial intelligence replace the human intelligence, or the human intelligence has to be developed above the artificial intelligence to control it. It should not happen that artificial intelligence overtakes the human intelligence. It's a good book. I would suggest that you should go through it. Then a new set of jobs expected to emerge where human skills and EQ will be the most important and value added. Now, in the first slide, in the I'm going to say second slide, I told you that character building. Now, education 4 has given a lot of emphasis on the people skill, on the human skills, on the emotional quotient, while traditionally we has been focusing only on the IQ. Now, as machine intelligence rises, education needs to produce better human competence to drive MI and AI. This is what I was talking of. Now, who is working on the machine intelligence? Who is working on the robotics? Who is working on the artificial intelligence? In your, I meant to say, these sessions, you will find some of the speakers who are working on the evaluation methodologies developed on the AI system. Yesterday only, I was talking to one of the professor in IIT Roorkee, that it is easy to deliver the education online. I am delivering on the other side of the student, on the other side the students are listening. But when it comes to the evaluation, how you can control the unethical practices such as cheating. He was telling me that, madam, we have purchased certain softwares, I do not remember the name of the softwares exactly, that which are AI based, and where if the student moves the head more than 15 degree, then all the body movements, even the movements of your eyeballs, everything will be captured. And based on that, you can find out whether the student is cheating or not cheating. But in spite of all the things, we are facing a lot of difficulties, particularly in the evaluation and assessment in this COVID times. Now, what I am telling you is that in spite of developing all the softwares, in spite of working all the methodologies, we wish that our human intelligence should be above the intelligence, artificial intelligence levels. No, there was a debate that, okay, see, all the institutes in India, first of all, do not have access to that much of the funds to purchase the expensive softwares. Maybe IITs, NITs, IMs, and CFTIs are able to buy because of the government funding and the government grant. But is it possible for all the institutes in India to buy the expensive AI-based softwares to check the to strengthen their evaluation systems? Because we have shifted to the online education, which is not possible. Now, when it is not possible because of the resource scarcity or n number of reasons, then what are the options left before us? We cannot absolve. Somebody has written that maximize your presentation. I just see, I have already done it. Just let me see. Is it okay? I suppose. Is the presentation maximized? I suppose. Huh? Just let me. But I'm not able to see my full screen. Just hold on. Is there any way that I'm able to see my whole screen and hide everyone? Okay, now it's better. No, it's better. I'm able to see the screen at least some part. Okay. I hope I am audible. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
No. Okay. Okay. Now, when I'm talking of this thing that that industry 4, I was talking of that human intelligence has to be above the intelligence of the MI and artificial intelligence, although it's a human being who is working on it. Now, Industry 4 is defined as the interconnected cyber physical systems powered by the IoT. IoT is the Internet of Things, fueled by data because everything is to be based on the data, create a fully interconnected society. Now, in such a hyper-connected, disruptive world, education has no options but to adopt these changes in industry which are brought by disruptive technologies. Now, this is what I was talking to you. You need to understand this thing, very, very important. Hyper-connected means connections and integrations are in such a way which you have never imagined. Disruptive word, why I call it disruptive word? Because every day there is a new innovation. Every day there is something new being created. The things which you create today may become obsolete maybe tomorrow or maybe day after tomorrow. Now, when you are working in such a system, and HEIs, my higher educational institutes in India, when they are working in this kind of setup, in this kind of economy, what is the role of the education at that point of time? No, education has no option. Obviously, you don't have any option because the students which you are preparing, they have to work in a hyper-connected and disruptive world. So you have to adopt these changes in industry which are brought by the disruptive technologies because you need to train your students in that way. Now, with every age, there has been exponential increase in diversity, richness, opportunities, and quality of life. Right from the Stone Age to the medieval to the industrial to the information, this is immersive age. We are existing in this world. We are having the virtual worlds, we are having avatars and multi-presence, a person being present at the multiple location, then sharing of words, switching between multiple virtual and real words, just like we switch between the chats. Now, when such kind of things do exist, as an educationist, we have to train the students according to that. Now, I have discussed something about Industry 4. Why I have discussed about Industry 4 is because Education 4 has evolved out of Industry 4. I just wanted to focus that why the Education 4 came into picture. What was the need of it? And how it came into the situation. Now, till now, we understand one thing, that Education 4 is well the offspring of the Industry 4. Because we are operating in a hyper-connected, disruptive world, and when we are working in such kind of environment, we need to evolve our teaching pedagogies, our education methodologies to match with those needs. So that is how our education has evolved from that, and we have moved from Education 1 to Education 2 to Education 3 to Education 4. Education 1 was where it emphasized only on the lectures and memorization. Education 2, internet-enabled learning. Education 3, knowledge-producing education. And Education 4, innovative producing education. I'll discuss in detail about this. Actually, the problem is that in the full screen, I'm not able to see the whole slide. So I'm sorry because some of the portion is behind it, so I'm not able to do it. I need to do it in this way. I'll try to do it in this way if it is. Okay, first is education 1. Education 1 is when in the ancient and middle ages, which comprised of the personalized education confined to few students and informal in nature, and gradually developed into formal schools in later centuries. एंड इफ यू रिमेम्बर तो बहुत साल पहले हमारे आश्रम्स में होती थी, कम स्टूडेंट होते थे, स्टूडेंट के प्रोफाइल को देख के उनको दिया जाता था. इवन आई डू रिमेम्बर the education was also delivered in gurdwaras also. So that was a very informal kind of education. Secondly, we moved to the education 2. Then with the invention of the printing press, allowed the masses to get access to basic education and brought the culture of scientific inquiry. Then is the education 3. Education 3, the emergence of internet and IT changed the mode of delivery and provided a technology platform to learn So this is how we have changed from education 1 to education 2 to education 3. And next we have moved to the education 4. Now education 4 is a total technology mediated approach to education, aligning itself to the industry revolution. Now if I go to the previous slide, this education 1, education 2 and education 3. Now you see over the period of time there has been so many changes, and education 4 is particularly aligned to the needs of the IR. Where there is a deeper fusion of technology into teaching learning process. Education is no longer limited between students and teachers. This is very, very important. You all need to understand this thing. Now, the student is no longer dependent on you and me for the learning. There are n number of resources which the students can tap for the learning. It takes more networked approach with students having access to virtual learning, e-platforms like MOOCs and other digital resources. Better prepared workforce, better employability, better return expectations on educational investment. This is the ultimate motto of education 4. We want better prepared workforce, better employability, and better returns. In education 4, the learner will always be at the center of the education ecosystem, learning at the university as also from peers, industry, society, and at large. Now, the difference between the present education 4 and the earlier education is that here the learner is not fixed to the education system only. One thing. Student and the learner has a n number of opportunities where he or she can learn. He has access to virtual learning e-platforms, MOOCs, and all the digital resources which are free of cost, which are available at his disposal. So the student or the learner has the option to go through those things. If as a teacher, you and me are not delivering the good content, the student has the option to go to the second option. The second is that the learner is not learning only from the educational ecosystem. He is also learning from the industry, from the peers, and from the society. Now, in today's new world, students need to be trained and not taught. Information needs to be made accessible, and student needs to learn how to find it rather than teacher offering it them in a rigid structure. Now, suppose I may take the help of an example. You may be teaching, or I may be teaching a particular subject. Suppose I am teaching the subject of financial management. If some of you are from the management background, they'll be able to understand. Now, there are n number of resources which talk of the financial management. What is financial management? You just Google it and you will be able to have it. Then what is the role of the teacher? Whether the teacher has to give the concept of the financial management to the student? No. Student has to be trained in the financial management and not taught. And how that can be trained? Information needs to be made accessible and students need to learn how to find it rather than the teacher offering it to them on a rigid structure. What you can do is that in a subject, in a topic, you tell them that these are the contents. Now, let the students apply their brain and filter out what is suitable to them, what they actually interpret out of it. Maybe through the scenario analysis, maybe through the role plays, maybe through the case studies. Just telling the student that financial management is concerned with these 4 parameters is not going to serve the purpose. Students are not alike, may not have some starting point, can learn and absorb different areas of focus differently, need to be guided to develop their skills rather than taught a set of predefined data points. Now, I'll tell you one, I'll share with you one practical thing. When you are teaching your student a particular subject, as a teacher, one thing I have to keep in mind is that first of all, that in a class of 30, all the students of 30 are different. This is the first thing. Then the 30 students have the different interest area is the other thing. 30 students in a class is a different attitude, different skill level is the other thing. Now, as a teacher, when what I am delivering to the 30 students. No, it is not possible that all the 30 students, because there are n number of differences in your audience. Here in my audience, there are 29 or 30 people. Now, when I'm talking to you, all the 29 or 30 will not take the things in the similar way. Somebody will interpret in another way, the other will interpret in another way. Why? Because your backgrounds differ, because your thought process differs, because your interest areas differ, because your skill set differs. To someone, the point may be very, very relevant. To someone, it may be totally irrelevant. Some may able to contribute it. Some may contradict it. Some may not like it at all. So as a teacher, you need to understand one thing, that there are differences on the among the your learners. Okay, so they have a different starting point. Therefore, they have a different focus. They have a different skills. Now, when you know that your students or your learners are this thing, the second thing you also know that the quality or the content which you want to deliver is already available on the net. Then what you are supposed to do as a teacher? What is your role as a teacher? Your role is that you need to make information accessible to the student. The better these is the information which is accessible, then students need to learn how to find it. Let the student extract and dig out what is relevant to them, what they feel close to their heart, and then deliver accordingly. This is for the need for education, since we have moved from the agricultural economy to the industrialized economy and to the knowledge economy, and now we are in the innovation society. Now, need for education for continuing with this, education must keep pace with the world and training students to have safe futures. Now, time and again, I'm emphasizing that you're operating in a very dynamic VUCA world. जो मेरे टीचर्स ने मुझे बुक्स पढ़ाई मैं उन बुक्स को फॉलो करके सिर्फ नहीं पढ़ा सकती. Now in the corporate sector, you see that in the newspaper you read out that a particular organization has thrown out their 700 employees. A particular organization has laid off this much of the workforce. What are the reasons for it? And even in the educational institutes in the time of COVID, it's a very hard reality. You see, particularly the private institutes, they are able to retain some faculty, and some of the faculty they have laid off. And the faculty which they have retained, they are paying them the good salaries also. And the faculty which they feel like is not of much use, they have laid off. And the faculty which has been retained, probably they have been asked to do 2 or 3 or 4 things simultaneously and giving them the higher packages as compared to the previous. And even in the corporate sector, if you see the companies, what the companies have done is they have allowed them to work from home, and they have laid off their some of the employees and has given the additional load to some of the people. Okay, it will give you the higher packages. You need to do this something more. What are the reasons why some people have been laid off and why some people have been given the more packages? Yes, any answer to this? Anyone, please? Is somebody on the other side listening to me? मैडम आपकी पार्टिसिपेंट्स बोलते बिल्कुल भी नहीं है. They are completely silent. Is it with me, or is it I mean to say the same way they are doing in the other sessions also?
Same way with everyone.
No, actually, then the purpose is not going to fulfill. As an organizer, you may be doing wonderful job. You may tie up with the best faculty. But if the learner is not ready to listen, this is the, I mean to say, theme of my talk. Again, I am emphasizing, leave it to the learner, what they want to learn. If they are not ready to learn, if they are not ready to listen, then the purpose is not going to solve. Okay, I'll tell, have you been forced to sit in this FDP? No, yes, no, nothing. You may write in a chat box personally to me. I'm not going to disclose to anybody.
I'm sending messages. Please be there, be there. Please switch on your cameras in our WhatsApp group, but nobody responding.
So anyways, they have started responding in the chat box. That's good. Okay, at least I am happy that they are listening to me. I'm just happy with this. Okay, and I feel they'll also speak with me. मेरा ऐसा सोचना है. I may be wrong also, but probably till the end of the time, I feel that they'll be able to speak to me also. Okay, no need of education for education must keep pace with word and training students to have safe futures. Now it ensures teaching learning experience is similar to working experience, though the use of technologies and tools that are endemic to education for and useful to industry provides a realistic and practical approach to learning, and there is a great student learning outcomes do come, makes personalized learning possible as it uses tools like smart LMS, learning management systems, certain communication tools to help with teaching and learning. Now, personalized learning through Education 4 results in faster understanding. Now, what is personalized learning? मैं बार बार बोल रही हूँ, personalized learning basically means that in your audience, in your learner, everybody is unique, everybody is different. So you need to pay individual attention to every student. And when you pay individual attention to every student, it results in faster understanding, more learning of diverse material that actually interests the student, more specialization and better recall. Those are the advantages. That also means that student gets head start on becoming expert in what they are interested in. Education 4 leads to better learning outcome for students in terms of their real academic and professional interests. Increased personalization in education leading to better learning outcome for each student. Aligning education 4 with industry 4. In the 21st century, education should be giving the workforce of tomorrow the tools to become. Now how you can align your education 4 to education 4. I am talking of the concept of lifelong learners. What is lifelong learner is that I completed my MBA 20 years back. Now, when I completed my MBA, my 20 years back, there was no concept of the artificial intelligence at that point of time. We did the data analysis, but the data analysis being given, emphasis being given right now, it was not that kind of emphasis at that point of time. Probably we were conversant with the SPSS, SysTet kind of thing, eViews kind of things, but now we are working on the more softwares. Now, if you do not become a lifelong learner, you cannot really strive in this world. Why? Why more particularly applicable to the teachers? Because as a teacher, you may have started your careers 20 years back or 15 years back or 5 years back, but you are working with a segment which is going to work in the future. So you as a teacher has to be a lifelong learner. Keep on continuously updating, learning the new things. And that those same things you have to imbibe in your students. Because your student who joins an organization, say as a Java programmer, probably 10 years down the line, or database administrator, maybe 10 years down the line, that job is not required. The things which you are teaching to the student right now may not be required 10 years down the line. So you need to make your students lifelong learners to create a diverse and pluralistic society where every person understands and plays to their strength, building a fair and self-sustaining model for education rather than knowledge. So what kind of learners you have to create is that they are able to be lifelong learners over a period of time. And even I do not know if any of you is I mean to say has a knowledge about the accreditation systems or not. One of the PO is to have the lifelong learning. Lifelong learning is very, very important because it is very simple that you are working in a very VUCA word, volatile complex environment where the changes are very, very fast and you need to keep yourself updated as a teacher, as a student, as any person who is working in the industry. Now, 5 eyes of learning in education 4. How we can implement education 4 in our system. First is imbibing. Imbibing is the internalizing the basic concepts. Second is iterating. Iterating is practicing fundamental skills rigorously. Third is interpreting. Interpreting is taking facts from the study and applying them to different situations with adaptive alterations. Then is the interest. Interest is developing enough curiosity about the subject so as to develop deep and create further body of knowledge. And last is innovative. Innovating is think differently, come up with original concepts, build innovative ideas, products and services. Now, when you talk of these education 4, you have to implement, you have to imbibe, you have to iterate, you have to interpret, you have to develop interest, and you need to innovate in your teaching methodology also. That is how you can go for the education 4. Now, this is about World Economic Forum has given the framework for education 4. It talks of the certain skills. One is global citizenship skills, innovation and creativity skills. It talks of the technology skills. It talks of the interpersonal skills. It talks of the personalized and self-paced learning. It talks of the accessible and inclusive learning. It talks of the problem-based and collaborative learning. And it talks of the lifelong and student-driven learning. देखिए, ऐसे बोलने में, बताने में ठीक लगता है, पर जब तक इन चीजों को इम्प्लीमेंट नहीं किया जाए ना, एक एक चीज के बारे में, I'll not talk of all the kind of skills. I'll take 2 or 3 skills in the next slide, and you will see how difficult it is to imbibe each and every skill, because एक framework बन गया. आपने इंटरपर्सनल स्किल्स बोल दिया, या टेक्नोलॉजी स्किल्स बोल दिया, या प्रॉब्लम सॉल्विंग, कोलैबोरेटिव लर्निंग, एक्सपीरियंशियल लर्निंग, पीयर टू पीयर लर्निंग, ऐसी चीजें आप बहुत सुनते होगे. But the thing is how to implement these things in the education system. Implement means through which activities you have to do it. That is very, very important. Now, education 4 requires paradigm shift from demand-led instead of supply-led. Now, ये फर्स्ट पॉइंट को समझने की बहुत जरूरत है. डिमांड लेड इंस्टेड ऑफ सप्लाई लेड. ऐसा नहीं कि मैं एक फैकल्टी हूं तो मेरे को बोला गया पढ़ाना है तो मेरे को पढ़ाना है, फीड करना है. ऐसा सिस्टम नहीं चाहिए. सिस्टम वो चाहिए कि लर्नर चाहता क्या है, व्हाट द लर्नर वांट्स. एज अ फैकल्टी, एज अ रिसोर्स पर्सन, एज अ टीचर, I have to deliver as per the aspirations of my faculty, as per the aspiration of my learner. Then is competency based instead of knowledge based. Knowledge based means I know what is financial management, what is finance. Competency based, I tell you, we have the student जिनको हम फाइनेंस स्पेशलाइजेशन कर लेते हैं, MBA स्पेशलाइजेशन कर लेते हैं, but if we ask them to file a tax return, they are unable to do it. Competency mapping is zero. Why? Because there is no experiential learning. Real time learning है ही नहीं है. No, education 4 emphasizes on this. Incorporate disruptive technologies and skill set. Whatever developments are going on in the field of technology, you cannot escape it. You have to include it as a part of your teaching methodology, teaching pedagogy. Then lifelong learning instead of front loaded learning. मुझे याद है मैंने आप में डंप कर दिया, बात खत्म हो गई. ऐसा नहीं. We need to make our learners lifelong learners. Then modular degree instead of one shot going. Emphasis on EQ, then IQ alone. यहाँ पे modular degree instead of one shot going, मैं आपको एक एग्जांपल देना चाहती हूँ. अभी ये न्यू इकोनॉमिक पॉलिसी का भी पार्ट गवर्नमेंट ने इंट्रोड्यूस कर दिया है. And just before 1 year back, we at NITs have introduced this concept. क्या है? That when the student takes the admission, say in BTech, student ने BTech में admission ली, सबने बोला CSE ले लो, CSE में पैकेज अच्छा है, student opted for CSE. Now फर्स्ट ईयर उसको फंडामेंटल्स फंक्शनल एरियाज करने के बाद उसको पता चला कि मेरा ये इंटरेस्ट एरिया नहीं है, मैं CSC कंप्यूटर पे बैठ के काम नहीं कर सकता, आई कैन नॉट वर्क ऑन दिस, मेरी प्रॉब्लम है, मेरी दिक्कत है, आई कैन नॉट वर्क ऑन दिस, आई एम मोर इंटरेस्टेड इनटू मशीन्स, I want to work on the machines. मेरे को शॉप फ्लोर पे ज्यादा अच्छा लगता है, बिकॉज पेरेंट्स सेड, माय पीयर ग्रुप सेड CSC में अच्छा है, रैंक अच्छा था तो CSC में ले ली, पर आपका इंटरेस्ट नहीं है, then what is the option before you? There we have the flexible system. We have introduced the dual degree program. आपको लगता है कि आपको मैकेनिकल के एडिशनल सब्जेक्ट पढ़ने हैं, will give you a choice. You can go for that. You can have a second degree in the mechanical engineer. So अगर एक स्टूडेंट ने एक एडमिशन ले ली, उसको नहीं पता था, तो उसका क्राइम नहीं हो गया कि उसको आपने ऑप्शन ही नहीं देनी है चेंज करने की. We need to give them the option. Then education 4, trends and challenges. What it emphasizes on? It emphasizes on to prepare the youth for job creation, then existing focus on job seeking. This is very, very important related to the education 4. Education 4 is emphasizing creating on the right entrepreneurial opportunities in the environment, creating of the right entrepreneurial ecosystem in the country, because that is the need of the hour. The motive is to develop right attitude, right skills, right ecosystem to create and sustain entrepreneurial ventures. Education 4 will enable learning anytime, anywhere, as e-learning applications and pedagogies will provide unprecedented opportunities for self-remote and self-paced learning. The new skills required by the students in Education 4 will be complex problem solving, creative thinking, creativity, emotional intelligence, judgment and decision making, teamwork and collaboration, negotiation. Isko chalo chodo. Now, when you know that your learner has to develop all these qualities, now it calls for the need of the technology empowered pedagogies to be infused by well trained faculty members. देखिए इसको समझने की बहुत ज्यादा जरूरत है, ये. Now, as a faculty member, this is the demand of the time. Now, as a faculty members, आपको स्टूडेंट्स को क्रिएटिव भी बनाना है, इनोवेटिव भी बनाना है, क्विक डिसीजन मेकर भी बनाना है, लाइफ लॉन्ग लर्नर भी बनाना है. ये किसी बुक में नहीं लिखा गया है. There is no book in the world which can give you a recipe to do this, to make your students like this. आपको बता दिया गया है ऐसे करना है. Now, how to develop it, how to create the infrastructure to do it, it is in your hands. Now, yesterday, when I am giving an example that I was talking to the professors in the IIT Roorkee, then I was talking to him that instead of relying too much on the end semester examination, why can't we have a continuous evaluation system? Because as a teacher, when I'm taking 40 classes, maybe through the online mode, I have 40 contact hours where I can interact with the students. Now, if in those 40 hours I cannot evaluate the student, is it right to give 2 hours to the student sitting at the place, maybe doing cheating or anything else, and to give the evaluation on that thing? Why can't I evaluate in those 40 hours? There are n number of activities which you can do through online activity, through online education. Why don't you promote group discussion of 4 to 5 students in the online mode? Why don't you give them the online presentations? Why don't you give them the role play kind of exercises? Why there cannot be a very quick quizzes? Teacher should be ready and you were able to see the student. So very quickly you can evaluate. The only thing you can do, the problem with the teacher will be that you need to, as a teacher, you need to work more. Earlier, you had already prepared note. I'll not name teachers. I'm going to say blame teachers even. I do not know why the teachers are not changing. They have prepared their notes which are just 20 years old and still giving the same notes to the students. उनको लगता है काम खत्म हो गया. ऐसा कुछ नहीं होता. You are doing injustice to yourself and you are doing injustice to the students. When you are talking of the education 4 and you want that your students should be more smart to take charge of the things like artificial intelligence, as a teacher you should be more smart, because you are their guide, you are their mentor. So you need to train yourself, you need to empower yourself with the better pedagogies. First of all, the more onus is on the faculty, so that you can teach your learners accordingly. Okay. Next is education 4 and entrepreneurship. This is what I was talking of, that education 4 will create an entrepreneurial ecosystem within the country. With entrepreneurship emerging as a preferred choice among the students, more and more emphasis on creating the robust entrepreneurial education ecosystem so as to foster the entrepreneurial spirit among the aspiring students. Silos are not preferred, rather the collaborative innovation is at the forefront. Ideology is to continuously upskill, reskill themselves to retain relevant with constant industry transformations. Driven by learners' needs, the mode of delivery of education has evolved from an instructor-led model to interactive model. पर यहाँ पे तो interact कर ही नहीं रहे हैं. I do not understand why, but this mode of communication is a very passive mode of communication. Nobody is going to get anything out of it. Believe me. You have, this is your second day, as I have been told. You have more 3 days to learn. Try to make the things as interactive as possible. देखिए कोई भी रिसोर्स पर्सन आएगा, मैं या कल को कोई और आएगा, परसों कोई और आएगा. They have been invited to talk to you. They have a well prepared their presentation, they'll come and they'll speak. But the only difference will be a sense of satisfaction with the speaker, that my audience is interacting or not. A good teacher is always happy when the teacher is interacting. I am not here to get some money or to deliver a lecture, because I have other assignments to do also. I am here because I want to interact with you. So you need to understand one thing, that this is in your interest. This FDP has been organized for you guys. So it is again my submission that try to get maximum out of it and try to interact with the different resource persons. Now this is skill scenario. This is by the IPM that by 2022, it is going to be a very disruptive scenario. There will be 133 million new roles and 75 existing roles will vanish within just 2 years. These all roles will be redundant, no more required. क्या करोगे? फाइनेंशियल एनालिस्ट पढ़ा के, अकाउंटिंग पढ़ा के, ऑडिटिंग पढ़ा के, चाहिए ही नहीं. कैशियर चाहिए नहीं, असेंबली में वर्क करने के लिए चाहिए नहीं. कंप्लीट ऑटोमेशन हो गया है. वी नीड द रोल्स इन दिस. ये लोग चाहिए एंड देयर आर सर्टेन जिनके रोल्स स्टेबल हैं और वो रहेंगे. So when you know that what are the job requirements in the time to come and how they are going to change, तो आपको अपना teaching pedagogies उस हिसाब से change करनी पड़ेंगी. Next is the skill categories. I told you that I'll not talk of all the skills, but I'll talk of just 2 to 3, 4 skills. Here I'm talking of the digital literacy skills, learning and innovation skills, career and life skills. Learning and innovation skills includes critical thinking, problem solving, communication, collaborative, creativity, innovation. Now, how to imbibe these skills in the students? Is it possible that the teacher speaks for 1 hour learner listens and the learner is able to solve a problem? Not at all possible. Unless and until there is critical analysis of the everything, even critical analysis of what I am saying, there cannot be any learning. If there is no flexibility, adaptability, your life skill is poor. If you do not have initiative, if you do not have self-direction, you are very poor on life skills. If you are poor on social and cross-cultural interaction, you are poor on life skills. And believe me, I was attending one of the course in Hyderabad. And the people from the industry came and they were giving a presentation, the skills needed in the corporate sector. And you believe that the people skill is at the first point, first preferred skill, which is required by the industry. What is the people skill? People skill is the skill of being social and cross-cultural interaction, flexibility, team working. The people in the industry say that if you are poor at technical skills but good at attitude and the interpersonal skills, will hire you. But if you are excellent in technical skills but poor in people skills, we cannot hire. Why? The reason is very, very simple. Because you cannot make a people learn the right attitude, but you can make a person learn the right technical skills. एक बंदे का एटीट्यूड इंप्रूव करना नहीं पॉसिबल, उसके टेक्निकल स्किल्स इंप्रूव करना पॉसिबल है. Because if you want to learn the right attitude, you can learn anything. But if you have a poor attitude, you are adamant, you are not flexible, you have poor interpersonal skills, nobody can make you learn anything. So you are going to disrupt the organization and organization will never hire you. And this a component of emotional quotient, a component of happiness, a component of well-being is a very, very important ingredient of education for. So these are the top 10 skills and how they have changed over a period of time. I'll not take time on this. These are the trends which are required. Diverse students want to learn at the different time and place. Personalized learning. मैं यहाँ पे आपको एग्जांपल देती हूँ. देखो ना, आप यहाँ पे particularly North India पे and even in institutes, okay, where it is very time-bound kind of timetable. Class will be only at 10:30 to 11:30. Why can't be it in the 7 in the evening? And there are institutes in India, in the IIMs, they are following it. There are good MNCs, there are good companies in the world which tell their employees that this is your target and you're supposed to do it in this much time frame. You do it sitting at 24 hours at a stretch, you do it 2 hours sitting daily for 12 days. It's your business. Work should be done, that's it. If my learner does not feels comfortable studying at this point of time, why I should waste my time and my learner's time? We can't have it flexible. Okay, one session in the morning, one session in the evening. It should be comfortable to everyone. And it should be more comfortable to the learner. Because if anybody has to be disturbed, let the resource person and the teacher should get disturbed. Because there is only one person being disturbed. But as a teacher, as a resource person, you, me, I don't have a right to disturb the lot of 30 or 60 or 90 to whom you are teaching. You should take care of their convenience in your mind. Then personalized learning, free choice, project-based, field experience, data interpretation, changing in the examination, student ownership, mentoring is an important. These are the other things. इसको छोड़ देते हैं. Now, new vision for learning: know what you know, and then where to find it rather than cramming. Doing a gap analysis. Where you stand, where you want to reach, do a gap analysis. Building right environment around each individual based on personal choice of where or how she is. Track the performance through e-tools, learning together and from each other, peer-to-peer learning. Learning expected to dominate and teachers more as facilitator. देखिए आप और मैं सिर्फ facilitators हैं. Only facilitators. Then communities build around shared learning and aspirations. आप जो common communities हैं वो build up करिए. Then teaching has been transformed, personalized adaptive learning, assessment reimagined. ये कल बात करूंगी इसके बारे में डिटेल में. Intelligent digital and physical state इसको छोड़ देते हैं. Tomorrow I'll talk of the Bloom's taxonomy also, and Bloom's taxonomy, how it has changed in the online assessment. इसको नहीं करना है, अभी टाइम नहीं है. Now in education 4, it is shifting from written to coursework, tutor-led to student-led, implicit to explicit criteria, competition to collaborative learning, product assessment to process assessment, objectives to outcomes. Outcomes are very, very important. Very important. I'm not. There is a yes. I'm very happy that somebody asked a question. It made my day. In fact, Nabidita, thankful. I'm very thankful to you. मुझे लगा कोई सुन रहा है. Specific difference between people skill and tech. Yes, there is a very much difference between the people skill and technical skill. Technical skill is related to your field in which you are working as an engineer, as a management graduate, as a financial analyst, as a salesperson, relating to your field. That is the technical skills. People skill is everything you operate, how you work in a society, how you talk to your peers, to your juniors, to your seniors. Okay, that all comes in the people skills. The two things are very, very different. इसको देखिए, there have been change in the physical and manual skills. There has been shift based on the cognitive skills, higher cognitive skills, social and emotional skills, and technological skills. Okay, you see the how much percentage is the change in the social and emotional skills, जिसको मैं बार-बार emphasize कर रही हूँ. That there has been a change. Change is demanded in the industry. Here, one thing you have to keep in mind is that how to do it. This slide is very, very important. Okay, once you are skilling, reskilling, de-skilling, and then reskilling. इसको समझिए क्या है. मुझे कुछ आता है, मैंने वही सिखाया, फिर जो मुझे आता था जरूरी नहीं कि वो अभी भी उतना ही उसका emphasis हो. The thing may have been changed. That is de-skilling. We call it learning, unlearning, and relearning. Whatever you have with you, you need to unlearn those things. Those things may not hold valid in the today's point of time. Then you need to learn the new things. Okay. Then the issues and challenges are learning to work on different platforms. Credit transfer, developing quality content, and focus on student learning. Credit transfer की कल हम बात करेंगे. Structured curriculum है, तो अगर आप freeware से पढ़ते हो या MOOC से पढ़ते हो, whether the credit should be transferred to or not, then how to develop the quality e-learning content. Those are the other things. Yes. Then there are certain issues being faced by HEIs, particularly in COVID, in the time of admissions, classroom delivery, class test, assignment, examination result, visits, internship, placement, and recruitments. Disruption by the COVID-19 is changing the world around cultural, demographic, economic forces, and psychology. and it has not spared the education too. It has challenged the lifelong beliefs and traditions we had in our institutions. Now, future of education is where man and machine has to align. You cannot escape it. Then you had to harness the potential of personalized data, digital technologies, open source content, and new humanity of this globally connected technology fueled world. So, because there have been changes, so there have been certain emerging pedagogies, technologies, which is in the form of LMS, collaborative distance learning environment, active learning classrooms, flipped classrooms, collaborative forums, co-teaching, MOOC, online assessment, wikis, blogs, gamification, ebooks, through which you can take the help. This is something very important for all of us. Never let a serious crisis go to a waste. Take it as an opportunity and create that destruction into an opportunity. And one of the opportunity you have is the content development. See, there has not been anything more on the content development as it has been in the recent times. Why? Because that is a need of the hour, because we now need it. India has become the largest producer, second largest producer of the PP kits, which it was not just 1 year back, 2 year back. Now it is, because it is a need of the hour. Now, as a teacher, as a learning faculty, as academicians, what is our role? We have to change, and we have to change to survive. And if we need to move to the education for, we need to have all these things. Only then we'll be able to move to education 4. Otherwise, we cannot move to education 4. This was from my side, something about the education 4. Again, repeating, I wanted to have it a very interactive session, but I do not, why the audience is not speaking. Again, I'd request you that tomorrow I have a session. I've told you that tomorrow I'll be talking of the mitigation strategies for the education in the post-COVID time, where I'll talk more of the online education. And this is the topic which is close to the heart of the academicians. Okay, so I'd request you to please be more informative, more interactive, so that when I have spent 1.5 year with you, और मैं तो ऐसा मानती हूँ कि मैं जिसके साथ बात करूं मैं उससे जरूर कुछ टेकअवेज लेके जाऊं. I always wanted, because I am able to say there are 30 brains here, so I want to have something out of you. Okay, so that when I go and join my next FDP at some other, I can share my experiences of my audience here at some other place. Okay, thank you one and all. God bless you all. Any queries, please?
Any question and query, please?
मैडम कल ना एक तो सबको कैमरे ऑन करवाइएगा, जरूरी. देखिए, अभी आप मेरे को जो जिन्होंने थैंक यू लिखा है, मैं ये जरूर चाहती हूँ दैट इफ यू आर रियली थैंकफुल टू मी, प्लीज आस्क अ क्वेश्चन. हेलो, ओके. हाँ जी, बोलिए.
Madam, myself Nivedita Mollik from West Bengal. So may I ask you one question? Not a question, it is a discussion. Suppose you just delivered the people skill and also the technical skill and other skill. But suppose as a professor, because we are being in this profession, so suppose professor, they have also the technical skill, means a specific skill, and as well as the people skill. But if he or she is posted in a very remote areas college, so which is very important, is that apply his or her technical skill or the people skill, because the most of the students are coming from the remote areas.
So what do you want to ask? That technical skill should be imparted or people skill should be imparted? Which of two should be imparted? This is what you want to ask?
No, that just I want to know how they can apply their skill, and that means the people skill or the technical skill the first for that particular students, those who are coming from the remote areas.
Okay. See, I tell you, madam, technical skills and the people skills are both are important. Okay, you cannot say that if you are imparting technical skills, there is no need to impart the people skill, or if you are imparting the people skill, you need not to impart the technical skills. Because if you're a good human being, but if you are technically poor, you cannot live your livelihood. If you are technically very sound, but you are very poor on the interpersonal skills, even then you cannot fit in the world. So both things complement each other. But what I will say that if you give me an option that out of two, which is to be given priority 1 and which is to be given priority 2, I'll give interpersonal skills a priority 1 and the technical skills priority 2. And the reason behind this is that if I am able to make a student understand that it is good to be a lifelong learner, it is good to be a good human being, it is good to be a good team worker, the student, if not is able to learn at this point of time, but with the right interpersonal skills, maybe at the other time he's able to learn it. But the opposite is that if the person learns only the technical skills and does not build the good interpersonal skills, then the person can never fit in the world. Both the things are important. When you deliver, when you talk to your student, you need to set the priorities. You need to talk to the student how much time, for how much time you talk of the technical skills, and for how much time you need to talk to the interpersonal skills. So both the things are to be taken simultaneously.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yes,
Any questions? Thank you so much, ma'am. On behalf of the Department of Business Administration, I would like to thanks to ma'am for your expert talk. Ma'am, you have done a very wonderful job. Your session is very much informative, as you mentioned exponential increase in diversity, richness, opportunity and quality of life. That is very much important in today's world. Another thing you have talked, ma'am, the change in demanded in the industry people. That is very much important. People skill versus technical skills. They go simultaneously. That is very much important in our teaching learning process. Thank you so much ma'am, for being with us. Thanks a lot, ma'am.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you. All the best to all of you. Have a good day. Bye. I will leave, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am, you can, ma'am.
Okay, okay. Thank you so much.
We will start next section at 11:30. Please be there at 11:30 and please be more interactive in the sessions also. Thank you so much. We will see you here at 11:30. Please be there.
This conference will now be recorded.
Right.
Okay, fine, ma'am. So participants, a very good morning once again. We have with us Dr. Nidhi Phutela, our next speaker. She would be taking a session on role of technology in improving quality of education. I welcome you, ma'am, on the behalf of Department of Business Administration, Guru Nanak Dev Engineering College, Ludhiana, for this session and for sparing your valuable time. Before we begin with the session, participants, I would like to share the profile of Dr. Nidhi with you. Dr. Nidhi is working with Symbiosis International University. She has a teaching experience of almost 2 decades with this institute, and she is teaching to MBA and CA students. She has a doctorate in marketing, and her specific areas of interest are brand area, marketing, then services marketing, retail management, and digital marketing. Dr. Nidhi has been very aggressive in pursuing such sessions, and she has been invited to many such academic programs as a guest speaker. The list is very long, so I would not be sharing all that list, but then she has completed lot many management development programs. Uh, she conducted supervisory development program for L&T construction, power transmission and distribution business vertical. So these are some of the few programs she has conducted. Then she has worked upon projects. The two specific projects to name are she has worked on the project of brand enhancement of customer Awaz, and she has worked on an industry project on the issue understanding youth and their buying and spending patterns in collaboration with Smoolen India Private Limited. That is a unit of Hindustan Unilevers. So without taking much of your time, ma'am, I would now request you to please take over the session. Thank you so much once again for being with us.
Thank you so much, Dr. Dhal, for such a nice and kind introduction. Well, I have been associated, I am from Ludhiana itself, so I feel as if I am connected with my soul, because my heart and soul is in Ludhiana only. So I am very well connected with Ludhiana, and I love being connecting with GNDEC for this training program. Thank you for the opportunity. Now, not taking much of the time further, I would like to start with the session. Although you have been, since day one, you have been studying about how the education industry is being evolved and how the transmission is taking place. And if I talk about the transformation of education industry, we have been facing this since the month of March specifically. Although the transformation has been long, but still it is more visible since the month of March because of the uncertainty which came into our lives all of a sudden. And that is, I'm talking about definitely about COVID-19. Right. It has transformed in such a manner, but we never expected that technology can actually be utilized in such a beautiful manner in improving the quality of education. And specifically, if I talk about higher education, then certainly the results are much more visible and more appealing in case of the higher education rather than the, if I talk about the primary education or maybe the schooling part. Right. So let's start with how and in what manner the technology is playing a crucial role in improving the quality of education. So my first question to all of you is, can actually ICT impact education? So here I would like to request all the participants that you may come forward and make the session more interactive, and that would be possible if and only if you unmute yourselves and switch on your camera so that we can have a more interactive session and all of us get an opportunity to learn more from each other. So with that perspective, I would request the participants to please unmute yourselves and give me the answer as to, do you really think that ICT can impact education? Well, I have two answers, but I would prefer if you, instead of writing in the chat box, if I could, listen to the voice as well. So I have answers from Mr. Sandeep Singh as well as Mr. Lalit Kumar. Well, for me, I think the answers are still loading because I can't see the answers coming up. If the answer is yes, I would like you to come up with the points as to why do you think that ICT is impacting education industry. So let's see who will come first. May I announce the names? So here I could see Mr. Sandeep Singh, you have shared the answer that yes, you believe that certainly ICT is impacting education. So can you let me know as to how do you think, what is your perception about this? Will you be able to share your response? The reason? Okay, we have Vaibhav also writing up. So Vaibhav, would you like to give the answer for this? Correct. That is due to COVID pandemic and work from home setup. Right. If we talk about in the current scenario, that is in since the month of March till this year end, that is even now, we are contacting each one of the stakeholders now, whether it is like we are currently attending the FDP, that is the Faculty Development Program. So we are also connected virtually. And definitely these are having benefits, and we are drawing benefits while sitting at the convenience of our places. So it could be an office, it could be home, or it could be anywhere. Even, yesterday I was taking vivas of the students, and I guess 3 or 4 of them were traveling. They were in the car while they were appearing for the viva, and 2 students were attending a wedding. So attending a wedding function, that is the haldi function they were attending. So I asked them, because they were beautifully dressed up, and I asked them that, Halli, why are you so beautifully dressed up? Are you dressed up for the viva? She said, no, ma'am, I am attending a marriage function. So that is the beauty, that we can still, we can multitask. So we are attending a function, or we are maybe we are traveling somewhere, but still we can attend the classes, and we can appear for the assessments which are crucial for the for being graduated or for post graduation. So next we have that is the table of contents, which talks about what all aspects will be covered during this 1.5 hour tenure program or workshop. So here the first element would be the impact of ICT, that is what all or in what manner or how is ICT impacting the education industry with respect to the different stakeholders. Second would be, I would be sharing a few statistics, although 1.5 hour would be quite less for covering up all the content. So I have tried to summarize it so that we are able to share a certain amount of data with each other and get to know more about how this industry, that is our education industry, is grooming day by day. And the special credit goes to our special credit goes to the technology. Third is a few reference to the research study have been included. That is, what are the researchers saying about ICT? That is the technology, how is technology impacting the education? And finally, I'll be concluding the session with a conclusion remark. Okay, Vaibhav has written, it is needed for latest technology. Right, that's correct. And Mr. Lalit Kumar has written microboard, Miro board, Kahoot, Google Form for test and quiz useful in pandemic. Correct. So we have had a various number of tools which have been actually used by all of us being a part of this fraternity, that is the teaching community. We have actually experimented a few tools or techniques through which we could be taking the assessments of the students. And believe me, the students also had a lot of fun in attending all these sessions and being a part of these assessments, which were quite engaging, and at the same time they relished because the entire presentation of, I must say, the entire presentation of the dish which we have been eating since last couple of years, it has changed altogether. And if we serve the same meal with a different presentation, with a fancy presentation, then believe me, everybody loves it. and they would say that yes, it is being the old meal is being served in a new, let's say, in a new pattern, and so the entire craze for that meal also enhances. So that is what we are doing nowadays. That is the impact of technology on improving the quality of education. So here we go. The first thing, that is impact. So what is the first reason? What are the reasons? Here I would like you to come forward and share the responses. Yes, Vaibhav, you have mentioned that actually now everything is interrelated. So could you please tell me as to how everything is interrelated, and in what manners are you expecting that this interconnection is visible? It would be glad if you unmute yourself and participate. Okay, like latest technology, IoT, fine. Fine. So here I would be moving on to the next slide, where you'll have a look at what is the background of the entire study. So I have different points with me. I have different points with me. Like if you see the first point that states, just a second, I can't see the PPT here. Just let me know if the screen is properly visible to all of you. Kindly confirm if the screen is visible, and am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you are audible and screen is visible.
Right. Thank you so much. Thank you. Okay. So now if I talk about the first element, that is the changing environment. So we have been always studying in the management, or let's say we have been always talking about that as and when the environment or the surroundings change. So we have to adapt ourselves accordingly. And if we do not adapt ourselves according to the changing environment, then certainly we are landing ourselves into a big trouble. So the first and the foremost principle is, or the first and foremost reason for why we are entering into or why we are adapting technology. The reason stands in front of you, that is the changing environment. Second thing is the industry demand. Now, why do we think that we need to look at the competitors always? Well, here I would like to add that since we are in the education industry, and let's say if our institute or if our school or if our college is not standing up to the expectations of the market, number one. Number two, we are not at par with what the other institutes or educational organizations or colleges or schools are providing, then we would be considered as degraded one. So we have to be at par with the industry demand. That is, people are expecting. Namaskar, sir. Uh, well, I'm really glad to see you. Yeah, I'll be continuing. But the moment I see you, so I would like to introduce here, because I am really thankful to Dr. Parampal Singh, sir, because I have been studying under his guidance. So whatever I have achieved, or whatever I am doing as of now, it's all because of his guidance and blessings. Thank you, sir. Okay, so here I would like to continue that the industry demand. So we have to keep ourselves at pace with what the other firms or what the other organizations have been doing, right? So we just simply cannot ignore that, because the moment we start ignoring them, we will be definitely lagging behind. And it's always that if we want to survive in the competition, then we have to struggle and we have to perform in the same manner as what is being expected from us to deliver. Third thing is the student's perspective. Well, this is a very important thing which I should highlight here. And I believe that each one of you, if start thinking on how the students are evolving these days, because we as students, maybe 20 years down the line, if I think about myself, I was a very different student where we never used to think about technology. Rather, that was a very initial phase, right? But now, if we see, even our kids of, let's say, even a kid of 4 years, or maybe even a kid who is just attending a pre-primary school or pre-nursery school, rather, I should say, even he or she is attending the online classes. Why? Because they have hands-on on the technology, what we are struggling with these days. So since the student's perspective is changing, so that's the reason why we need to evolve ourselves, we need to upgrade ourselves, and we need to adapt according to the changing requirements. Next thing would be ICT policy. It focuses on the growth of knowledge society as well as co-creation of the quality content. Now here I would like to specifically highlight that growth of knowledge society. Why the knowledge society? Why do we think now can the participants give me some response as to how do you think that that we are witnessing the growth of knowledge society? Anyone? May I announce the names? So will you be able to answer? I can see Miss Richa Agarwal, Mr. Rahul Gupta. Any one of you would like to answer? Okay, so the answer is in the chat box. Let me see. Okay, again, Vaibhav is giving the answer. Imparting education. That's true. But how is the growth of knowledge society visible? Is it actually visible? Right, right. So here I would like to add just one point, that since we have a wide ocean of knowledge, earlier we used to have only through the books. It's not that the books were not sufficient or they were pretty less, no. But the reach of or reaching out to more knowledge, it was quite difficult, and only a few of us could be able to have an access, and again that access was quite limited. But now the moment we log on to the internet, so we can have access to free resources, and it's a pool of resources. So we have a knowledge society coming up, where we can reach out to a great extent, and at the same time the content which we are referring to, it's because of the co-creation. Here, my next question, okay, I have a few answers, okay, easily available to everybody. That's the correct answer, Vaibhav, right? So now I would like to ask the second question to you, which is regarding co-creation. What do you understand by co-creation? Can knowledge be co-created? Certainly, the answer is a big yes, and that also in bold. Why? Because what I believe, and rather I believe that you also will be of the same notion, of the same thought, that if even we are delivering a session in our class, then certainly we have a certain amount of interaction with the students, and between that deliberation, we come up with more insights, and sometimes we the entire content is, it becomes more, it becomes richer, and the reason is that the content is co-created by the different stakeholders. Similarly, if we are talking about on the net, the resources which we have, so it is being co-created, and we always expect that the other stakeholders will also participate and add more value to the content which is already existing on the net. So ultimately, the overall growth of knowledge society is further expanded. Moving on with the next slide. So we have a special quote coming up which states that if we teach as we taught yesterday, we rob our children of tomorrow. A very beautiful quote by John Dewey. Why? So that is the reason that if we are not upgrading ourselves, if we are not letting them understand how technology can be beneficial for them, right? If we are not introducing technology at the right time to the students, then certainly what will be the result? That they will lag behind the entire competition, I would say, or they would lag behind their peer group and would not be able to even develop the confidence to stand in front of them or fight with them. Fight in the sense that not exactly fighting, but certainly standing with them in the same line and come up with the same responses. Because the more we provide them the exposure, the more practicality of the subjects is being provided to the students, the better it will be for their personality enhancement, and the results will be tremendous. So coming up to the next point, that is the role of ICT in education. That is how and in what manner is ICT enhancing the quality of education. So number one, here we have, okay, what can be this, what can this symbol actually present? Anyone? Anyone? This is one of the most commonly used symbols for new idea. Exactly. So here I would say the answer which I have written is although creativity, but I would appreciate Ms. Jaspreet Kaur for the correct answer, that yes, that new ideas are developed if we provide them exposure, if we get them to access the pool of resources, then certainly they come up with a new response altogether. And these new responses further leads to the mental development of the students. Second thing is here, what will this particular aspect denote?
Ma'am, many ideas will join together and will find out a better solution for any problem.
Very right. Thank you. Thank you for this is the right answer. So here the context of your answer, sir, was correct. But the answer which I have mentioned is interaction. That is, it facilitates easy interaction. Well, now talking about, it's not that in-person classes, or if we talk about that if we are not infusing technology in our classes, we would be missing creativity or we would be missing interaction. No, it's not that. Well, traditional classrooms are always better, I do consider, but at the same time, if we infuse technology in our traditional mode of teaching, then certainly the results would be better in terms of number one, creativity, because they would come up with beautiful ideas. Here I would, I'm sorry, here I would like to quote one example. Since I have been taking up the subjects in the domain of marketing, and the subjects which I teach include digital marketing and advertising, PR, etc. So now if I talk about the creativity element, so I have seen students coming up with beautiful advertisements or beautiful creators that could be posted on digital platforms, on all these social media platforms, and with a difference. Sorry. So the idea behind it is that if we allow them to use various tools to explore and come back with the answers, so they could easily write down in their notebook and submit the assignments, or they could write on the A4 size sheets and decorate it and just submit. That is one way of giving the assignments. But what I have been doing is that I've asked them to prepare a creative or a post or let's say an advertisement, and they come up with beautiful responses in the form of creative ideas, and that is the way in which we can actually explore them. We can further uh, give them more exposure, so that they come up with nice and different responses, unique responses. Second is interaction. Well, there are so many apps coming up, and WhatsApp is one of the most common or familiar apps which is being used. Apart from this, there are several other apps which have actually changed the social setup of everyone here, whether it is the students, or it is the faculty, or it is the student and faculty, etc. So now if we talk about initially, when Facebook was introduced, we used to be connected only with our friends of our age groups, and then slowly our family members also joined, and finally now is the time when I as a faculty am connected with all my students out there, and we share a certain amount of information with the students through Facebook. So we have separate groups also, and we share the subject related uh, articles, or maybe content or advertisements, etc., on through Facebook. And now, instead of Facebook, we are also on Insta, and we are sharing. So ultimately, the point of concern here is that ICT has actually facilitated more interaction. And if I am talking about more interaction, that is in terms of anytime and anywhere interaction, because it is not restricted only to the maybe 9 to 5 or that is the 8 or 9 hours of duration of the college timings, right, or the working timings, but it is way beyond that. So they can contact me, they can reach me on any of the platforms, and ultimately we are able to share more knowledge and more information with each other, right? Moving on to the third point is, so what is this icon depicting? Anyone? Although I have already shared this point earlier, but would you like to think which point this could be? Any guesses? Okay, I have an answer. Delivery. No, this talks about co-creation, which I have just shared. So that is, the ideas are shared. The here, if you see the first point, ideas emerge. Second, we interact, and third, we co-create. That is, we come up with a final conclusion. Yes, this could be a probable solution. This could be done, and probably this could be combined, and we have a third solution also coming up. So ultimately, the co-creation is possible only because of ICT in education. Not only, rather, I would like to correct here myself, that it is not only, but certainly the percentage would improve, as in the previous discussions which we had. Okay, now here I'll be talking about the ICT and the different stakeholders. So who all are the different stakeholders in context of education industry? Anyone? If you consider that ICT is impacting education, then who all are impacted because of this?
Ma'am, all of us like students, faculty members, those supporting people, everyone is
Right,
involved in using ICT tools, and we all are impacted.
right. You are 100% correct. Okay, we have one more answer. Students, instructors, right? But as you can see that there are four different points, right? So just let me introduce. First is society. Do you really think that ICT is impacting the society at large? Answer would be certainly yes. And how is society being impacted? Because of the reach of education or the spread of education in the society. Here I would like to add a small example that since we have been associated with NGOs, and during the month of June, I would like to just share a quick example of what activity we have undertaken. Like me and my students, we are associated with an NGO, and we regularly go and teach them. Uh, that is only because of a very simple concern that they needed some help, and we just reached out to them, and we started taking sessions for them, and that is a very personalized kind of a thing which we are doing. uh, right. So everything was going well, and suddenly in the month of March, we started in the month of January this year 2020, and suddenly in the month of March we discontinued because of corona and the lockdown which started. Then in the month of May, they again contacted me that we are actually feeling very helpless because our students who are the underprivileged, they are not, although they are not going to school, but their online classes have started and they do not have much of access. But they have only the phones with them. They do not have the laptops. They do not have the computers, etc., etc. But then, we realized and we identified a solution, and we actually reached out to them through the WhatsApp calls only, through the WhatsApp messages. And then slowly they were oriented, and we provided them a few facilities through which they were able to cope up with the syllabus which they have missed out. So ultimately, that is the reach which we are having in the society because of ICT. Otherwise, if there was no technology, then certainly not only these underprivileged kids, but what the actual students, I mean to say the normal society, which if the schools were also not taking the online classes, what would have happened? All the students, they would have lagged behind for one whole year, right? Approximately, because since March they have been started with the online classes. So that is the beauty of ICT, because of which the education is still continued, and it is facilitating, it is reaching out to each and every section of the society. Second would be the teachers, that is the faculty. Here I would like to say that teachers play a very critical role in engaging the audience or engaging the students of their class. So normally also, if we talk about in-person classes, that is when we schedule our classes in person, in that case also the faculty play a major role in engaging the students. But it becomes tougher when it comes to online teaching, or when it comes to if we infuse technology in the teaching. How it can be done? There are several ways through which the interest can be developed amongst the students, and this role is actually played by the teachers. And if they are able to make the subject, make the class interesting, then in spite of taking the online sessions, they would be actually, the students would be actually interested in attending the session, and also uh, keeping up with the same pace. Now we have so many courses which are freely available on the internet. I would not be naming the courses, but there are n number of courses available. But are these all n number of courses being absorbed by the student community in the same ratio? No, certainly, because of the interest which is being generated for a certain set of courses, the pitch is that high. But for a certain set of courses, there are very few enrollments. Why does this happen? It is only because how you actually bake your cake, or how you present your cake, or how you make your cake look interesting. Yeah. So moving on to the third stakeholder, that is the industry. And if I'm talking about the industry, that would be the entire education industry. And here I would like to come up with a very simple answer, that is the industry is growing. We can see the growth of industry in spite of the challenges that are being faced by this industry. Although I would rather say here that the traditional mode of teaching is still on, but apart from that, we have added more load or more work on our shoulders as a teacher and as the industry as a whole, because this is certainly helping us further in reaching out to wider number of audience, and at the same time engaging, since we make the subject more interesting or engaging, so that results in lesser turnover ratio. That is the student dropout ratio I am talking about. Fourth and the final stakeholders, that is the students. And how are the students benefited because of ICT? So we have a very simple answer to this question, and that is comfort as well as in-depth knowledge. Why comfort? Because we are sitting at our comfort zone. We can study anywhere and as well as any time, and we can study at our own pace. So maybe sometimes what happens is we can enroll for a specific course, and ultimately maybe if I am not having time during a particular time duration, but I settle my timings accordingly, right? And I can be way too behind than what I should have covered till that moment, but it's okay. I have a certain deadline that this exam will be scheduled on a certain date, and by that time I should be able to complete all my assessments, and all the work should be done, and I should have watched all the videos as well as the read all the content. So I as a student would be enjoying each and every comfort. Second aspect here which I have covered is includes in-depth knowledge. So again, I would be repeating the same thing, that since it's an ocean of resources, rather even the ocean word would be less here. I would say it's a universe. It's a complete universe. And now it depends on whether we would like to look at the stars, or we would like to count the stars, or we would like to reach out to the to only the planets. So it depends on what we would like to gather. It's up to the student, right? But students have access to a wide range of resources. Now coming up to the next slide, that is impact of ICT on the society, on the entire society, and this would include all the stakeholders out here. Now referring to each point one by one, if we see, okay, before I discuss this element, let me just get back to the previous slide. I would like to add something here, that I undertook one study, and in that study, what we analyzed was that the students fraternity, they actually look forward to the use of technology in the education, and the answers that came up, it includes in the next slide. But apart from that also, I have studied a lot on the technology and education aspect, and I would want you also to contribute to it. As to if you think that some points are missing, you can also come forward and share that what all aspects could further be included, so that we can have knowledge sharing here. So the first thing would be speed, that is which I've talked about, that students have an option to study at their own pace. So now if a student enrolls on maybe December 1 for a specific course, and the course will end on the month of maybe on 31st March. So he has ample of time of 31 of 3 months and or 4 months, and during this tenure the student have an option to move like maybe a rabbit or like a tortoise, but the speed will be according to his own interest. And since he has the study material online with him, so he can definitely engage himself accordingly. He can listen to the video again and again. He can read the content of the links which have been shared with the student, and ultimately the response would be very high, right? He would be able to gather more knowledge on the specific subject in which he wanted to specialize. So for example, if a course is on C++, or if it is on digital marketing, or it is a specific interest on personal branding or personality development, then certainly the students have an option to read, understand, grasp, and then perform. And still, if he is not able to perform, then he again can repeat the cycle during that tenure and come up with a very distinguished personality, right? And the best thing would be that they can manage their own time. Although here I would like to say that it has a negativity as well. What is the negativity? That otherwise, if we talk about the classes to be attended in the institute, then certainly they have to get up early in the morning and reach to the college. So that aspect would be missing. But if we talk only about the knowledge enhancement of the student, then certainly it would be a great and a very beneficial thing for the students if we talk only from the students' perspective. Second thing is adaptable, that is adapt to the students with different learning styles. Here I would like to add that there are all varieties of students in a class. Now if we have okay, what is the strength of the students in your colleges or institutes? Anyone? What is the strength per class in your institute? Would you like to share? Okay, if I consider that the average class or average strength in a class is around 30 or maybe 50 or maybe 70, in that case, certainly each one out of that 30 or 50 or 70 odd students, they would have their own preferences with respect to learning. They would have a different personality trait. They would have a different interest, because there would be certain amount of students, certain number of students who would be actually studying only through the video material. There would be certain number of students who would actually study through the research papers. They would extract the data from them. They would always want, or they would like to talk only in terms of statistics, that these are the numbers and how can you say this statement, how can you add this statement, right? Well, whereas there could be a few students who can only talk about that, ma'am, please study material de dena, right? That is the PPT and the content of what all questions would be asked for in the paper. So we'll prepare accordingly. So there are different varieties of students, and each one of us must actually be facing these things in the in our respective institutes. But certainly, if we add or if we see the role of technology out here, then we would actually be able to accept, we will accept all by ourselves that yes, if we upload all different varieties of material to the students, then certainly they would be more, they would be able to grasp the content in a much easier manner, right? Because there would be some who would be only referring to the video content and would be able to clarify with the concept, and they are ready to write in the examinations, right? But there would be certain numbers, as I stated, would be going for the statistics, or would be exactly copying the same content which is being shared in the PPT. So it makes it easier for the students to grab their own stuff and perform accordingly. Now, if I talk about the third element, that is effective. Well, here, if I talk about in the previous slide, we discussed one element, that was interaction. So here, if we see how is that, how can the education become more effective, it is only because of the discussions that are being facilitated, and we have active participation in the classes. And that can be certainly done with the help of the tools that are being engaged. Just now someone shared about the Kahoot quiz, right, or Kahoot. So here, if we actually incorporate Kahoot in our sessions, then certainly the students would attend these sessions with more interest, because it is more engaging, and at the same time they would since they would be able to get the responses also, or the results also immediately, and apart from that also the number of seconds which they have taken and their relative position, so which motivates them further, and they are able to stick to that specific session in that case. Fourth is attention. That is one-to-one meeting without feeling embarrassed. So here I would like to add that there have been certain cases which we have always seen, that the students generally, if they are facing some problems, so there are a few students who do not like to share those questions in front of the entire class, and the reason is that they feel embarrassed. But if I talk about the infusion of technology, so like we take the sessions here through MS Teams, so what happens is that in case if someone has the trouble, he or she could text me separately, and either ways they could directly call me through the call. It could be a video call, it could be audio call, and reach out to me without feeling embarrassed, or without feeling that somebody will actually make fun of them. So that is the reason, because they are grown-ups, and in higher education, and sometimes they also feel like sharing some personal problems. So in that case, one-to-one meetings are possible. So in a way, as a faculty also, we are able to give the attention to the students. Next is interesting. Well, as a faculty, we have been always trying to make the subject more interesting by incorporating a few exercises which are unique all by themselves, and not only exercises, maybe the activities which we do in the classes, right? But if technology is involved, then it will become more fun element could be incorporated, and we will be able to generate more interest amongst the students. Finally, here the last element which I considered is exposure, that is connect with the people around the world. So here I'm sorry for the spelling mistake, it should be word. Well, the students, it's not that we should be able to connect only with the students of our section only, but we should always give them a scope to engage with the outside world as well. And in case if they are if they have enrolled for specific courses, specific online courses, so there we have peer-to-peer assessments, right? And definitely they would get more insights, they would get more connected with the people, and ultimately it will further enhance their or give this more scope of increasing the knowledge and the um, uh, skill for doing a particular task. So is there anyone who would like to add something for this slide, that according to you, Is there any other element which I have missed out, which I have not included in the impact of ICT on all these stakeholders? Because here in society, I have incorporated each and every member. Now, whether it is a teacher, whether it is the students or the entire industry, education industry. So would you like to add something here? Anyone? You may unmute or you may write in the chat box. No? Okay. Fine. So I am moving further. The number 2 element or the second subtopic here for this main topic would be statistics. Well, if I talk about the statistics, the area or the activity or the tasks which I've mentioned are 4 basic elements, that is interest, then adaptable, assessments, and team building. And if I talk about the week 1, week 2, week 3, these are the time periods which in which these activities are reflecting that till when we would be able to generate the interest, or maybe we would be incorporating these elements on the left hand side, that is these 4 elements, these would be considered against the time periods. So now, for example, if I talk about the interest, that is how the interest will be infused amongst the students. So if we see for the very first week, or in the very first week, they would be highly interested, and this interest will continue till week 2. But by the end of week 3, their interest level would start reducing. Why? Because then the subject becomes monotony, and in that case, they would not be able to if we really want to catch hold of their interest, then certainly some newness or some fresh attribute has to be added, because it's only if you continuously infuse small elements, it's only then that they will be able to realize that yes, no, there is some the moment we are okay with everything, suddenly something new comes up. And if something new comes up, we have to we should understand that what it is all about. So this is the time period, that is during the week 3 of the course. We should always take care and ensure that we again inject them with the injection of interest. Second is adaptable. There are a couple of, these are on the basis of the research findings which I am stating here. Second is the adaptability. Well, if I talk about the adaptability, there are a couple of students who are not able to adjust initially. They are having some trouble or the other. They'll come up with all weird reasons, maybe genuine reasons as well. I'm not saying that all the students would come up with all weird reasons. No, it's not that. There could be some that they are actually not able to understand it, or they're not able to absorb it fully, and there are some problems coming up. But slowly, by the start of week 2 or by the end of week 1, as per their own pace, they would start feeling adaptable to the new environment, and then it continues. Again, then we see if something new comes up. See here in the first element, we have added the interest started losing. Similarly, we came up with something new, and if we come up with something new, again, it will take some time for them to adapt the new changes. Third is continuous assessments is what we should always try to inculcate amongst the students, just to ensure that they are at par with what we are trying to achieve. That is, the entire education should be objective based, outcome based, sorry. So if we relate our course or our subject with the outcome, then certainly the and we gauge them, we check them whether they are moving on the right track. That can be done only through the assessments, and there are multiple tools which can be actually used for assessing the candidates. It could be online quiz, it could be online role plays, it could be through group exercises on Padlets, it could be through the um, what do we call that, creative designing. See, it will definitely depend on the subject which you are taking up. So I have been engaging with these innovative assessments throughout my career, but because of the advancement of technology, I have also modified my assessments. That is the way in which I take the assessments from my students, and this also infuses a certain level of interest in them. And at the same time, we need to understand that if we are actually taking the if we are actually assessing the students on a continuous basis, then even they get certain amount of time for improvements if they are not performing up to the mark. So here, as per the schedule which I have mentioned, in the week 1 we could always take some non-graded assessments and all, and we can leave them in the group 2 in the week 2, and again in the week 3 we can start with the small assessments. It could be minor group exercises, it could be mind mapping exercises, it could be anything, depending again on the subject which you are taking. Because definitely if I talk about the engineering courses, then we have the lab exercises or the labs. So certainly we can give them a certain amount of activity which has to be conducted during a specific time period, and then the time duration for that activity has to be closed by the time they have to submit their work. So something could be planned in such a manner that they are coming up with the similar kind of responses where you are expecting them to come. So at least you will be able to track them whether you and they, that is the faculty as well as the students, are aligned in the same direction or not. Finally, it always helps in team building. Students generally, they don't prefer the group assignments in case they are the ones who would be working and 5 others would be the ones who would be actually just be there on the project only for the namesake. You must have faced that, because I have been seeing those students. Like if I give a group assignment of 5 students, then there could be a possibility that only there would be one person who would make the assignment and the entire project, whereas the 4 members, they don't even bother to know what the topic was given, when is the submission date. They will rather come for the extension, that ma'am, please could you please grant us extension for 2 more days, and they'll not even know that the project has already been submitted, right? So, but certainly if we are giving some team or group activities, technology plays a critical role here, that each and every aspect could be beautifully examined in the group activity. Because here I would like to share the example that likewise I was sharing about the advertising project which I have given to the students. So they came up with a very beautiful creative, and they had different elements to it. While explaining, they also came up with the answer that these are the portions which the relevant justifications were given by the students, and that is definitely not a job of a single student. So certainly we should give them that kind of assessments wherein they help. We are indirectly helping them out in building a team or understanding the group dynamics. So that is very important for every student to understand. Moving further, we have a very beautiful quote once again by George Couros. which states that technology will not replace the teachers, but technology in the hands of teachers can be actually transformational. So which means that we should not consider that technology, if technology is coming up, then it will replace the teachers. No, the scene is not that. Rather, the orientation is not like this. But what we believe in, or what we should actually believe in, is that the technology in the hands of great teachers, they can actually be transformational for the students, for their career, and for their entire life to come. Right? So we should engage, or we should incorporate technology in that manner. Moving further, we'll add more insights because of the research studies, that what all content have been generated through the research studies. So at number 1 position, we could see that micro learning makes learning 17% more effective. That is again one, this is not my study, which this is a study which is being undertaken by some company, and they have mentioned it very clearly, that the micro learning makes learning 17% more effective. What do we understand by micro learning? Here I would like to make a short note on this concept, that micro learning would be teaching in small groups. And if we are actually talking about the group assessments, and we break the entire class into small groups, then definitely they would like to come back with the same notion, or they would they would be able to share their opinions more openly, because they will not feel embarrassed, and at the same time the thoughts to uh, become the best group, that will actually help them out in coming up with a better result. So that's the reason why learning becomes more effective, because sort of personalized attention is being given to a smaller group size. So ultimately it results in better teaching and learning. Second is, e-learning requires 40 to 60% less employee time. So now if we see from the organization's perspective, or the firms or the educational institutes perspective, here I could see that as an organization, it would be great, because 40 to 60% less time will be consumed of the faculty. But at the same time, what how can this be beneficial for the teachers? Because they'll get some extra time to undergo research, to prepare better for the classes, or to give more personalized attention, or to maybe explore new stuff, and explore newer and innovative pedagogies, and start teaching with a different perspective altogether. So ultimately it's a win-win situation. It will not only reduce the time and effort, but at the same time it will help you to explore newer areas where you can actually be your own master. Third we have learning retention rates improve to as high as 60%. Now if you see, in both the cases, in the first element, we had the micro learning makes learning 17% more effective. If the students start understanding the concepts, their effectiveness to perform or to understand, or to give the results, that increase, why will they leave the particular course? There are statistics which have been shared, that the student dropout ratio is very high in India. And here, if I'm talking about, that is in context of the regular education. Even if they undergo their primary education, or maybe secondary education, they would not opt for higher education, maybe because of the many other factors. It's not that only because of they are not able to understand, but there are a certain amount of cases where they're not able to give or devote that much of time. But if given an opportunity, through online courses or digital learning or e-learning, whatever name you can give, definitely the overall retention rate will improve, right? Because they have their own time, and they have an option of also clarifying their doubts by leaving a message, etc., etc., as the case may be, lastly, we have the fourth point, that is, it is scalable and has a wider reach. Now, for example, if I have prepared a video which is related to my subject, and where I am taking a particular session, maybe I have shared it with my class students only, which is 60 in number, right? So, for example, if I want to share a similar content video to maybe 100 more people, I have the complete rights of sharing that video to more people. So ultimately, because the content is already ready with me, right? So that video could be just simply shared. It could be sent through mail, or it could be uploaded, etc., etc. And so we are making it scalable, and it has actually a wider reach, because we are reaching out to n number of audience. I will not even specify the number here, because if we are going online, if we are live, or if we are on any of the online portals, then certainly we could reach to n number of people, right? So here I would like to add one sentence by saying that utilizing high quality multimedia content. Now, multimedia, it could be, it's not only, again, because I focus according to my subject areas, but otherwise here I would like to say the technology oriented content. It increases the student understanding and provide an impressive virtually immersive experience. Now, the terms are very much interrelated. Now, if you see, we are providing them content which is not only content, but it is high quality content, right? If the content has each and everything, or every aspect of a particular course or a particular topic has been covered effectively, it will increase student understanding. But of course, because whatever you would like to cover, you have actually covered, and in case if the student feels that still the element is missing, a certain aspect is missing, so they what will they do? They'll actually look out for the same stuff on the search, through the search engines, and they'll get back to us saying that this is another content which we found, or since we were discussing this particular aspect in the class today, or this particular aspect was covered in the topic today, so we can always consider these examples. So ultimately, what will happen? It will further strengthen the students' knowledge, because they have actually adapted to what was being taught in the class. And further, it will provide an impressive, virtually immersive experience, where the students will not only be cramming the things like in case of the traditional education, but it will be more of getting into the depth of that particular subject or that particular topic, and ultimately coming up with the application oriented work, which is much more important than just simply cramming the things. Because we can always say that this theory states that this, but if we are not, giving them a scope of coming up with what applications can be, or how this particular theory can be applied, if we are not sharing that, then we are not done. So we need to be sure that we are actually able to make our teaching an immersive experience, and that too through virtual mode. Finally, I would like to conclude by saying just one, sorry, this is a wrong slide which came up. Yeah, so here I would like to just add one thing, and that is that it is mandatory for us as a teacher, when we should always come up with the things, and we should be open to the usage of technology. Now, be it your smartphone, be it your tablet, be it your laptop, we all have easy access to all these things, right? And similarly, our students, or I would say each one of us, is having a smartphone. And if we are able to incorporate a small bit of it also through small bit of technology uh, in the education, then certainly the students will be better oriented towards your respective subject, and they will also feel that the teachers are also changing in the teaching in the changing times, right? Because this is mandatory for us, and if we do not shift ourselves towards the technology, if we do not orient towards the technology, then certainly we would be removed from the system. So with that note, I would like to say thanks to all of you. In case if you have any queries, you may surely ask. And if we can have a small interactive session by discussing as to what all tools or what all things you have been incorporating in your subjects, that would be really glad, because what I perceive is that if it would be actually great if I come up with a more interactive session, so that even I should feel that it is engaging, and even it will help me in improving my work more. Yeah, I would actually love to have inputs from you in terms of what all technologies have you been using all these days, just to ensure that if you know if we share the knowledge, then certainly co-creation will be done. Yeah. Okay, Vaibhav has written how practical implementation can be done using ICT. Practical implementation in what sense? Vaibhav, could you please clarify the question? Practical, are you talking about the lab practicals? Is it? Okay, the lab sessions, right? Well, since I am from the area of management, but still I would like to share a few insights which we have been incorporating in few of our subjects. We don't have IT oriented subjects much, neither the engineering based subjects here are being taught. We are purely a management institute, but certainly I would like to add here that what we do is we give them some questions which are being shared during the presentation, and the links are being shared with them, which and the content is also shared in the entire Excel sheet. It's a Google sheet which is being shared, and what they do is they sit on their systems, and they complete that Excel oriented functions, whatever task has to be done in the real time situation. And once they are done, once they are doing it, they are being allowed to share their screens, and in case they stuck up, then they definitely come forward and ask us as to what all can be further improved, or their queries are being resolved, that this is the position where you are going wrong, or this is the thing which you can further improve, or great, your results are very effective, etc., etc. Because we have been doing these exercises through for courses like courses using MS Excel, right, where the practical implementation are done only for these subjects. But you could similarly use for these things for your engineering or computer science related courses. I hope this helps. Okay. Okay. Well, I believe that work from home has not increased the work pressure on the faculty. Certainly, I would say that pressure, although I have also faced the similar situation, and initially I thought the same because it was a very, you know, confusing state of mind when we were actually not doing, uh, we were in our own comfort zones and we were not uh, uh, doing the all the regular activities. Rather, whatever we have left earlier or whatever we were not doing, we were asked to do that suddenly, right? And that too with the effective results. So that was the reason, that was the time period for a specific days when I felt pressure on me. But believe me, as of now, if you talk about, I really am loving the online sessions because I am having good amount of sessions with my students, and they are very interactive and they come up with the answers. We do the mind mapping exercises, and certainly these are beneficial ones because they come up with nice examples. They sometimes, whatever subject I am teaching, they'll come up with the examples. They'll share the links during the session only, during that class only in the chat box, and we refer to those links, and finally we have a good amount of discussion on them. So sometimes we go for debate, and sometimes we come up with the final conclusion that these are the myths which I remove from their minds. So it's all here. That is, it's all in our minds, that if we feel that yes, we are pressurized, we will feel the same for a longer duration of time. But I would say that we should rather be very happy that if I am taking a session of 150 odd students out here, but now if they come in person, then certainly 150, accommodating 150 and speaking at the top of my voice along with the mic, along with the caller mic, then also I won't be able to reach out to each one of them. But now here through the online mode, we are actually very comfortable, and we ensure that the students are also participating, because the moment they start participating, you are very comfortable. But till the time they are not coming forward, they do not open up, they do not share their thoughts, then it becomes a little bit confusing whether they are able to understand our points or not. I hope I have answered. Okay, Vaibhav, you have mentioned that what about the technical practicals? Technical practicals in what sense? Are you talking about the engineering courses? Or I mean okay, fine. So I have no idea as to if you are talking about the chemistry lab or physics lab experiments. If you're talking about, I have no idea about that because I am from commerce and management domain. But certainly that would be a bit tough. Yes, I would agree. But as far as the maths, statistics, operations research, and these all domains or all the computer related courses, that can be definitely be conducted very easily through the online portals. HW practicals mean? Okay, you have mentioned the lines have blurred between the working hours and me hours. I would say yes, certainly, but probably the thing is that if we organize ourselves, if we set our routines accordingly, then this could be sorted. So this depends on the individual. This depends on the individual, that is how they can actually handle the entire situation, right? Okay, hardware. Well, I don't have any idea about the hardware as well. Okay, I'm from medical laboratory department. See, as far as the medical laboratory department is concerned, again, these practicals have to be undertaken with the, they have to be done physically. So all we can do on the online mode is we can have a look at the experiments or what chemicals or what could be formed, and we could refer to the videos, or we can create videos and then share with the students. So similar goes with the hardware. When we are telling them step-by-step tutorials, we are sharing those tutorials, and then the students also practice at their end. But the problem is that if they stuck up somewhere, then it would be difficult. So if you are referring to the step-by-step tutorials, then certainly you should also have the do's and don'ts list, which has to be shared prior with the students. So this is my take on all the engineering or medical domain subjects. This could be followed. Even researchers have concluded higher work pressure and lack of work-life balance due to the demands of work from home. I agree, because see, the reason is that again, I would say that it is a human personality trait, whether you take it in that manner or not. But certainly, I would say that pressure has increased, but it is only because of one reason, and that is that if we are, you know, if we take ourselves out of this comfort zone, then the case would be resolved. Then there would be no such issue, and you would be able to handle the pressure. You will be able, there will be no pressure at all. So can you just relate to as to what kind of pressure are you facing? What kind of pressure are you facing? Can you let me know? Okay, fine. Meanwhile, someone, maybe Mr. Sandeep Singh, are you writing something now?
Yes, Mr. Sandeep, please, if you are online, kindly revert to Dr. Phutela. Ma'am, I think.
Okay, I'm concluded that only. Okay, okay. That's nice. Right. Okay, then I would like to study, even read your study. If you could just share your study or the link of your study, that would be great. Because even I would like to know as to what are the reasons why people are facing such problems. Right. Any other questions?
I assume, ma'am, I think there are no more queries.
Right. Yeah. Okay. In that case, thank you, Dr. Dhal. It was really nice meeting you. And in case if you have anything to share, then you may share.
Am I audible to you?
Yeah, you are audible, sir.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much for your valuable insights. And I regret to, I want to extend my apologies that we could not have a cup of tea or coffee because of this issue. So next time, I hope that when we meet, we'll definitely have a discussion at
Definitely.
at a tea
Whenever
table.
I'm here in, yeah, whenever I'm here in Ludhiana, I would definitely come and meet you all.
Sure, ma'am. You are always welcome. Thank you so much. It was a
Right.
valuable discussion, and I hope that all the participants are going to gain a lot out of this. Thank you once again, ma'am. Thanks a lot.
Right. Thank you so much. Okay.
Participants, we are going to reassemble at 1:45 for the next session. So please log in at that time. Thank you so much.
This conference will now be recorded.
Start, ma'am. afternoon to dear participants. We are going to start third session of the second day. I would like to introduce today's third speaker for the third session of AICTE Faculty Development Program. Welcome you here, ma'am.
Thank you, Dr. Dept.
Dr. Ramneek Kaur is a faculty at Guru Nanak Institute of Management Technology. He has an overall teaching experience of 20 years. He has been at both undergraduate and postgraduate level. Kaur did her doctorate in the field of marketing, did her MBA from Guru Nanak University, her other qualifications being MCom, MPhil, and Diploma in Psychology. She has more than 12 publications credits in well-reputed international journals, and she has presented various papers at IIM, various international and national level conferences. She has co-authored more than 8 books in the area of service marketing and management. She is a certified value addition practitioner. She is a regular invited speaker at all India radio stations in Jalandhar and FM Gold. She has been a resource and faculty development program. We welcome you here, ma'am.
Thank you, Dr. Nidhi. Thank you so much for this kind introduction. Should I share my screen? Do I have the rights?
The rights, ma'am.
Do I have the rights to share the screen now?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Because I'm not seeing any application window because it is already open also, but still.
I have assigned you as a presenter, ma'am.
Let me check because last time when we did the settings were very convenient, but this time I'm not able to locate the application file. Just bear with me for a minute. I'll try to find some other way out.
Thank you, sir.
Right, is the screen visible now?
Thanks, screen black color on your side.
Somehow it gets disconnected in between. It was shared from my end, but then again it gets disconnected in between.
Getting some internet problem over there.
But the meeting app is going on continuously. I really don't know. Should I try to change my system or something like that? Because last time it just got.
Please wait as ma'am is connecting from other device. Ma'am, have you got the rights as a presenter?
Right. Yes, Dr. Navdeep. Just give me a minute. I'm ready to go. Right. Is this visible now?
Yes, ma'am. It's visible.
Right. We are like more accustomed to using the Zoom and everything for online classes. So this GoToMeeting is little different from other applications. One thing, you take a lot of time getting hang of it. And another thing, my system just told me that this app is not compatible with my version of Windows. That's why I had to change the available laptop. And I'm really sorry for the inconvenience caused to everyone. And thanks for waiting patiently. Hope this is full screen mode now. Right. Good afternoon, everyone. So it's we are starting on an entirely different note, because if we believe that it started with some technological glitch that sometimes beyond our comprehension and control, because I have been taking classes since morning on the same system, and the moment I was about to do the most important thing here, it just dished me. Anyhow, that's how it goes with the technology. So, dear friends, the topic that I have been assigned as a part of this program is Understanding Students' Perspective, a prerequisite for effective teaching. This is a topic very, very close to my heart, because I have put in some real labor in bringing this topic in front of you. But again, my disclaimer about this topic is that there is nothing about teaching of new concepts in this topic. I'm not bringing any conceptual knowledge to the platter, because it is the topic itself is understanding students' perspective. So what I have done is I have tried to know directly from the horse's mouth. I have tried to get the information from the students directly about what do they expect from their teachers, and try to put the entire information that the students shared with me into a framework. And as the title slide is showing two pictures, one is the head and another is the heart. These two pictures are indicative of the two components of human behavior. One is the cognitive component, another is affective component. So this entire workshop, when you look at the program design of the entire workshop, most of the lectures are focused on the cognitive aspect, where we as teachers are being shared with about various methods of effective teaching, innovative technologies, use and adaptation of technologies, and how to be a better learner, how to be a better educator by working on our mental faculties. But I have taken the liberty of focusing more on the affective component, the emotional aspect of the teaching, because as a teacher, this is where I try to focus, because cognitively we all are developed, because we all are experienced faculty members here in this forum. We all are qualified as per the requirement of the job. So when it comes to the cognitive domain, we all are at par, but sometimes the affective component varies from individual to individual. So I would love to focus more on the affective aspect of teaching. Right, this particular quote sets the pace or the mood for the presentation. We know a lot more about effective teaching than we have actually adopted. And that's what I personally believe in, because each one of us, like I can see 21 people, including me, present here in the meeting, and each one of us is an experienced faculty member. And if we all have to talk about effective teaching, we all can deliver endless lectures about how to become a great teacher, how to become an effective teacher. We can deliver a lot of information and content about this topic. So the point here is that there is a lot that we are talking about effective teaching, but then we have not actually adopted all that we know, because of various reasons. Sometimes we are short of time, sometimes we are short of resources, sometimes we don't get the right kind of environment. So various reasons, adoption of effective teaching methodologies is more theoretical rather than actual adoption and actual implementation of the concepts. Right, I'd like to share this video just to set the mood.
That's what you're gonna ask her too? Hard question. Well, without teachers, what would the world be like without teachers? Chaos. Because I won't learn anything. The younger generation wouldn't have anyone to look up to learn from. Walk around ignorant. I mean, we can keep the teachers, but just no homework. That'd be pretty cool. Everybody would be going cuckoo and we wouldn't do anything. I think that is the scariest thought that anyone could ever have. I think it will be crazy. It's just because I feel like teachers are, besides our parents, first people we meet who like shape who we become. I haven't always been like the best student throughout my whole life. I was always in trouble. I had suffered 3 Fs, and I realized like, oh, well, I need to fix that, you know? 4th grade was over. I'm here in 5th grade. We graduated 6th grade. Hey, Miss Gonzalez, how you doing? And then she's like, oh yeah, I heard these are your grades. What's going on in that science class? Like, she was like totally just keeping up, and I just felt like, whoa, like something's different about that. Gave me the time of day mostly. Was very engaged in stuff that I was doing, even though I was in detention. I was still learning. And she was the one teacher who really saw a lot in me to make me feel like I wasn't the kid that other teachers were saying. And there was a point where I said, okay, I'm gonna fail my French class because I haven't been there, so haven't done any homework. I'm just gonna drop out before I fail. And then she specifically came to me and said, no, I'm gonna work out a deal with you so that if you stay, you won't fail. We didn't do good in school, chew you out, but she will always give you a chance to make it up. You know, she never put you low standards. Well, that's one thing I like about teachers. So they won't leave you behind. You know, and when I got accepted into colleges, first thing I thought is like, I better go and tell her I'm gonna be like, guess what? I got into Penn State, I got into UC, I got into all these colleges. Actually inspired me to political science. She's basically the one that taught me to just keep trying. I can accomplish more than I probably could. I felt it. Like, she didn't have to do that. See, I'm getting emotional. Because, like, she's great, you know? Give me a minute. I wouldn't be here without her, you know? And I'd like to thank her so much for that. Thanks, Mr. Victor. You know, hope you see this. And I hope you know that you mean a lot to me. You know, it's really, really important. And yeah. Mr. Miracle. Mr. Elmore. Shout out, Mr. Meredith. Miss Harris? Her name was Casey Crocker. She just exhibited like such a raw passion for teaching. It made me want to teach. Like, I want to do that for people. Like, that's a beautiful thing.
Right. I'm sure we as teachers, all of us might have several such stories about our students feeling great about having us in their lives. And there might be so many stories that keeps us going in our professional careers because every day we as teachers face new challenges, academic as well as non-academic. And the stories like that, when your students share with you that how you have made some difference in their lives, that will keep you motivated to do the job. And again, because I'm not able to get your names of all the participants because of the code names that are being shown here, neither I'm seeing any videos. But I still really hope that even if the videos are turned off, I would expect that we can interact a little bit. You can turn on your microphone as when as you feel like you have some point to share, or you can chat your opinion or your experience in the chat box as well. So it would be interesting to exchange the views rather than making it a one-way communication. But then it all depends upon how you want to have it. So when the world believes that teachers are important, so we also have to believe in the power of our profession, because we have the power to change lives. At certain situations might be like that we don't believe that we have such powers because we are so much frustrated with our routine activities that we don't generally get that sense of pride in our profession whenever there are so many academic constraints and pressures. But then the truth is we have chosen for ourselves a very, very important profession. And when it comes to this particular profession, there are two parties to the relationship, the teacher and the student. So as teachers, we know ourselves pretty well that as to what we expect from our jobs, from our careers, and from our students. So this particular presentation is an attempt to understand the other party to the relationship, the students. The generally problems the students are facing, again, we all are able to observe those issues, those problems that the students are facing. The one thing is we are facing is non-responsive students, especially these days when we are conducting online classes for our students and we don't find any response coming from the other side. You all pretty well can understand that adds a lot to the frustration. But even when the classes were in the traditional mode, most of the teacher, we complain about students being pretty non-responsive to the class. Then students these days are also quite impatient because they have the reduced spans of attention. They have better things to do as per their perspective. Technology and their devices and their smartphones and the social media sites are more attractive than our classroom lectures. So students are impatient. Students tend to get disrespectful as well. Then we also face certain issues with the superiors. We also face the issues like having the colleagues who are jealous if we perform well, and who are judgmental if we dare to do something different from the routine. And then there'll be a lot of performance pressures on us. Earlier, the performance pressures were more on school teachers, but the time which is very, very competitive these days, the college faculties are also facing a lot of performance pressure. Then we all have to face the issues of work-life balance. We all are aware of it. And most of the time, we also understand that the very education system that we are working in has got a lot of flaws. So these are some of the issues that we as teachers are facing. And some of the concerns from students' point of view: students are coping up a lot with parental expectations. Their parents are hell-bent on treating their kids as geniuses, and even if they are not, they are hell-bent on converting their kids into geniuses. Every day you will find some information, even on the help posts in your on your Facebook pages, where a mother of a 3-year-old or 4-year-old is looking for tuition, for grammar classes, for guitar classes, for dance classes. So because the parents have a lot of expectations of converting their kids into all-rounder geniuses, and that pressure the students, the children has to bear. Along with that, a lot of academic pressure from the schools and colleges as well. We all want them to perform better as teachers. Then technology is again a big distraction, because they find technology more interesting than anything else. Technology is more variable, technology is more engaging. They get novel and new information on the technology. So that's why that acts as another point of attraction for them. They also face a lot of peer pressure. Even in your colleges, you might have noticed, if a student is trying to write in the midterm papers, and another friend who has just finished the paper from some other room will try to wave at the student to come outside and don't write the paper. And students do share such things, that if your friends have planned that 5 of us will not write anything in the MST today, so we have to commit to that particular thing, otherwise our friendships will lose. So there are various kind of peer pressures, having relationships, going into drugs and parties, and we all know what is happening around. Social norms are also disorienting, because the kind of environment that we provide them at home, and what we teach them in the classroom, and what the real world is offering them, what is shown to them on the social media, and what their life is being, they find these changing social setups to be very, very disturbing and disorienting, and they tend to get confused about what is the right thing to do. And then, because they are young adults coming straight to us after 12th, so obviously they'll be facing a lot of hormonal changes, resulting in their mood changes. As a teacher, because we are not doctors, so as at times as a teachers, we fail to understand that a particular behavior might not be directed toward the teacher, but that particular behavior might be the result of some chemical change in the body of the student. Right. Again, what I did, it's not that this time I did this. I have been doing one activity with all my students from past 6 to 7 years minimum. But I structured this activity more from past 2 to 3 years. Whenever the students, straightway from 10+2, I used to be teaching principles of management and human values to the BBA first year students. And I made it a point to always know from them that how do they feel about teachers, what role the teachers perform in their life, what the things they like about teachers, what the things they do not like about teachers, what differences they are looking for in a school teacher and in a college teacher, because they are now into the college. So I used to throw them certain questions and ask them to share their responses. And from past 2 to 3 years, I structured this particular system, and I took written responses. And this time it was even more convenient, because all the new students of undergraduate and postgraduate classes are now very well connected through WhatsApp and again Zoom classes and Moodle classes. So it is easier to get a proper information. So I prepared certain questions which were some were closed-ended and some were open-ended, and I asked them to pour their hearts out in sharing with me about everything they feel about the teachers. So after getting that information, if even if this time if I have got some online data, I took the liberty of getting this help from my colleagues in other colleges as well. So I have a data of around 400 something students with me. So on the basis of that, I try to understand their moods, their expectations, their experiences, and put that information into a framework. Let's first get to know what we mean to them, right? How they perceive us. It's all these sentences are the sentences written by the students, and some I have tried to change the language, obviously, to make it feel well worded, but most of them are in the original language, or even if I have changed some language, the context remains the same. So, students have written, teachers are the noblest and the most selfless beings. They really feel good about us. Teachers are like angels. Teachers are the most loved and admired people. I adore some of my teachers. I always look up to my teachers. Whatever I am because of my teachers. Some of my teachers have been better than my parents. My teachers are my biggest source of inspiration. Teachers are the most beautiful souls. Again, the information was collected through Google Forms, and while I was reading the responses from that document, I was really getting overwhelmed with the kind of feelings the students have for their teachers. And the data is from the students who are straight from school, and as well students who have done their undergraduation in various colleges of Punjab and now doing masters here. So the thoughts they have about their teachers are beautiful. So one thing is clear, we can not say now that students have changed, because these are the kind of feelings we also had when we were school kids or we were college going young adults. We also found our teachers to be very, very important beings in our life. But the other aspect that is heartbreaking, that the points they have to say, the negative aspects of teachers that they bring are more varied in the list as compared to the good things. Teachers are always judging us. Many students pointed out on this, that teachers are very judgmental in nature. They feel that teachers do not tend to understand them well, but they just pass the judgment about us being good or bad. वो पहले से ही सोचकर आते हैं कि हम बेकार ही होंगे. So some teachers might have this tendency to just tell the students that students are not good, or maybe they make themselves believe that students these days are not good. They love us, but I think they don't like us. So this is very, very interesting, because they have this understanding that teachers cannot hate their students. So they believe that we love our students, but they think that we don't like them because maybe we are not able to show them this particular emotion behaviorally. They think that we do not respect them, but we do. We hate it when they drag our parents into the conversation. This was a very, very strong point that emerged, because sometimes unknowingly or unconsciously we have this tendency of commenting upon the parenting quality or the upbringing of a particular student, and they are very sensitive about what we say and how we say about their parents, and this is where they actually dislike their teachers. Some teachers always talk in the taunting way. Even I can remember one of my teacher, we used to be finding it very funny the way that teacher used to find some point to taunt on the students generally. यार हमारे और भी तो पंगे होते हैं. They are simply trying to tell us that our behaviors are not always directed towards us. There can be other reasons. According to my teachers, मैं नर्सरी से ही बदतमीज हूँ. So the child feels that I have been labeled from the very early childhood that I am not a good person. They don't trust us to be genuine. Lack of trust is there. They think that only their subject is important. This we might, all of us might be relating to, because most of time we tend to give the statement कि मेरे subject का ऐसा काम होना चाहिए, मेरे subject में आपके number आने चाहिए, और मेरी class miss नहीं होनी चाहिए. We have this tendency of saying, and students get a feeling कि उनके 6-7 subjects होते हैं, and we think that only our subject is important. Then some teachers had the audacity to say that तुम्हारा जिंदगी में कुछ नहीं हो सकता. If a teacher is saying this to the students, it's a very sad state of affairs. Useless dumbo duffers, ये तो अब हमने भी मान लिया है. Self-fulfilling prophecy. Students tend to believe if same thing is hammered upon them time and again, they tend to believe that okay, we have been labeled now, nothing is going to change, so let's carry this repetition along with us. Mostly teachers partial होते हैं, बस इसी वजह से हम उनसे दूर हो जाते हैं. So they do not appreciate if we knowingly or unknowingly reflect some kind of behavioral or academic bias to our students. So these were just the statements. On the basis of the entire information that I got, I created a framework that is more structured and concrete in nature. But because before we move ahead, we have to identify amongst ourselves, and we have to look within to know when and where we have performed the role of a superhero in the life of a student, and when and where we have the tendency to become a supervillain. Because we are in such profession that we have the capability of reaching the roots. One of the persons I met in some academic program, he was a very senior academician. I got to interact with him, and I still remember his words. He pointed out that in any other profession, if the professional goes wrong somewhere, the lives affected will be very minimal. Even if an engineer goes wrong, there'll be certain lives affected, but the number of the lives affected might not be that drastic, excepting if the person is a civil engineer and constructs a very faulty flyover or something. Even if a doctor goes wrong in his profession, he might be negatively affecting few lives, but the teacher is the only profession who have the capability of nurturing the roots or destroying the roots. So the number of lives we can create or the number of lives we can destroy are far more in number as compared to any other profession. So this is my favorite video, and whenever and wherever on whichever topic I interact with the teachers, I definitely love to share this video with them, because this is one serial maybe we all must have watched. I watched this serial in my teenage maybe, and depending upon our age bracket, there were repeat telecasts as well. Maybe at that time we could not understand the context of this particular scene, but when as a teacher I go through this scene, this scene reiterates me the importance of the profession that we are in.
लुधियाना को राजपथ की कोई लालसा नहीं, एक साधारण भिक्षुक ब्राह्मण और इतना शिक्षक साधारण क्यों आया था तू यहाँ? सोचा था पाटलिपुत्र में ज्ञान के प्रकाश को देखूंगा, पर देख रहा हूँ कि ज्ञान के सूर्य को राहु ग्रस रहा है। तो वो राहु मैं हूँ। ठोकर खाने के बाद भी उसके तलवे पर जाके जहाँ तो मैं तलवार छुपाना जानते हैं, मेरी रक्षा कर। मैं किसी के रक्त का पैसा नहीं। कल तेरा तिथि जन्म हुआ चंद्रगुप्त।
Right, and we all know the rest of the story. That's history. That Chanakya was able to develop Chandragupta into one of the greatest kings. But then we all know that not every student of Chanakya would be that great, because it takes two to the party. If we have a guru like Chanakya, there has to be a student like Chandragupta. So before we look for such students in our life, first we have to evaluate our roles. Are we the gurus? We often talk about the Gurukul system being the beneficial system, being a very good and genuine system. But what it takes to be a guru is very, very different from what we these days are doing. So moving ahead with this particular discussion, what do the students expect from their teachers? If we have to sum up in just one line, the students expect justice. Justice, that means a teacher should be able to do justice to their job. This is what the students expect. Many of the students have put this one-liner as well, that a teacher should be able to do justice to their job. So from there, I picked up this word justice, because this is what they expect. Now, ability to do justice to our job. And what is our job? What a student expects us to be doing when they say that we should be able to do our job well? Is it just coming to the class and teaching them some concepts and our job is done? No, the students' expectations from us are far more complex, far more indulging, far more superior than what we think our professional responsibilities are. So accordingly, I sorted students' responses and created a framework. I've called it 5 pillars of justice of students' expectations from teachers: behavioral justice, psychosocial justice, procedural justice, environmental justice, and professional justice. Talking about behavioral justice, here, the student is talking about teacher as an individual, teacher as a person, teacher not as a part of an institution, or teacher not as a particular expert or guide in a subject, teacher as a human being, teacher as a person. So all the aspects related to the personality of the teacher, attitudes, perceptions, and motivations of the teacher, that would mean all the domains of individual human psyche are connected here in the behavioral justice. So the students expect emotional maturity from their teachers. They expect their teachers to be able to emotionally handle every situation. They should be emotionally intelligent enough as to know where they have to react and where they have to respond, and how they have to channelize their emotions even if the situations are adverse. They do not like their teachers to get baffled in any given situation. They do not like their teacher to be impolite whenever there is little stress and friction in the environment, and they want their teachers to be affable, easily approachable, and they want that whenever they have some issue, some query, some problem and concern, they should be conveniently able to reach to their teachers. So this is what the general expectation is. They also expect their teacher to be having a certain level of composure. They do not like teachers who are perturbed, appearing perturbed in nature. students have clearly commented upon that seeing their teachers having a very disturbed and angry or stressed kind of expression, and if they see their teachers running here and there hastily with having a lot of stress on their faces, and if their tone is also really fastidious and harsh, they do not like, because they look up to their teachers and they believe that a teacher should be able to handle all kind of situations resiliently. Even if the situations are adverse, even if the situations are negative, they would not like their teacher to start crying or start shouting at very onset of an emotion. On the other hand, they also want that teachers should be assertive enough to be able to put forward their emotions. Teachers, again, being a polite teacher, being a composed teacher should not mean that the teacher should not be assertive. We sometimes tend to believe that, okay, students will be very happy if the teacher is very lenient, very friendly, very affable, and whatever the students say, teacher will agree to them, and students like such kind of teacher. But trust me, I have this written responses with me where students have written that most of them, they have written that they do not like when the teachers sway with the students. If a student is telling them, okay, ma'am, we won't be giving the test today, so, and their teachers are not assertive enough to take the test at that time, or if the students are hell-bent on telling the teacher, please don't teach us, and the teacher is not assertive enough to tell them, if I have the plan to teach in the class, that would be my choice if I want to be teaching or not. Students do not like that the teachers should be behaving like puppets in the hands of their students. And being assertive is something they expect, but being aggressive is something they do not like, because being assertive means it is our ability to communicate what we mean to communicate without losing onto our temper. Aggression is straightaway losing onto temper. So whenever they do not want that, okay, they say don't teach us in the class today, assertiveness would mean telling them clearly in so many words that this is your lecture plan for the day, and you have planned it for today itself, and you will be teaching this concept today. There is no choice given to them. But being aggressive is the moment they tell you don't teach us, and we start shouting at them, and we get angry about how dare you say this. This is not something that they expect, because again, emotional maturity is one thing that they are looking up to. They might not have that kind of emotional maturity, but they think that teachers must have. And it is not purely theoretical. As I'm telling you, these are their responses. I have my own experience in this. Two of my students of 2010 batch joined as teachers. They were very bright and brilliant girls of that batch. So next year they joined as teachers. So when they were initial days in their job, and they were very stiff and stressed, because they felt that we are sitting with the teachers, and life is going to be different. And then after a few days of observation, they told me, the exact wording is, both of them, मैम जब आप लोग क्लास में आते थे तो हम ये सोचते थे कि टीचर देवी देवता होते हैं, राइट, कि कभी उनको हमने ऐसे नहीं देखा, परेशान नहीं देखा, गुस्से में नहीं देखा, हर सिचुएशन को वो कैसे हैंडल करते हैं, और हम कभी सोच ही नहीं सकते कि इसके बियॉन्ड इनकी कोई पर्सनालिटीज होती हैं। और अब हम यहाँ स्टाफ रूम में बैठते हैं तो हम देखते हैं कि ये तो आपस में लड़ते भी हैं, आर्ग्यूमेंट भी करते हैं, जोक्स भी क्रैक करते हैं, बहुत फनी एक्टिविटीज भी करते हैं. So only now, because now we are student teachers, now we know that teachers are also humans, not gods and goddesses. So whatever, we tend to believe that the times are changing and student profile is changing, but still the students really look up to us as the legends in their life. So they do not expect us to be losing on to emotions at the very smallest of the friction. They're also looking for a lot of passionate experience from the teachers. They believe that if a teacher emanates that passion towards the activities and the profession, that passion will be transferred to the students. They are not looking up for the lazy teachers. A lot of things happen. If there is some event planned in the college, what happens? Some of the teachers will be very, very enthusiastic and will be telling the students that, okay, a great event is coming up and you all must participate. This is time to have fun and learn a lot of extracurricular things. And then you will definitely remember having such teachers, those who will say, oh, youth festival, wastage of time. I won't give you any attendance if you participate in youth festival and miss my class. You are not learning anything from youth festival. Learn my subject. So we as teachers are showing them that lack of passion for the activity, that will definitely reflect negative on all-round development of our students. So whatever, be it a seminar, when you are reading the circular for a seminar, again, how passionate we are, how enthusiastic we are about having this seminar, our voice, our expression will tell them a lot. And similarly, whatever you are teaching, if they see that kind of energy you are putting into that the classroom lecture, that energy will definitely get transferred to the student. They will not like a teacher who's walking at a very, very lazy pace and transferring that laziness into the class. The very method that you enter the class, with the very energy that you enter in the class, if you are just holding your register like this and then you slowly move into the class, reach your podium and okay, good morning students, the same tone of the classroom will be set. But if you speed up a little, you are walking energetically with a broad smile and a loud voice, good morning dear students, the energy will definitely transfer accordingly. Then sense of humor, my favorite thing. This is where I definitely love to get responses from the participants as well, because introducing a little humor in the classroom interaction is very, very important. I was going through a research paper while preparing for this presentation. Uh, Humor has been rated as the topmost quality of a teacher by the students. Students really love to be with those teachers and learn from those teachers who have a good sense of humor, because teachers with good sense of humor, one thing, they will be more tolerant in whatever the responses students are giving them, and another thing, they have the capability of breaking the monotony in the classroom. Anyone from you who believes that you have a good sense of humor to handle the class, and anything, maybe someone would like to share anything that you do to induce good sense of humor in the classroom? Anyone? Now look, again, non-responsive audience. I do understand a lot of things are going around, and especially when it is online classes and you are also managing various tasks along with, there's a lot of multitasking going on. I do understand, but still, if anyone is there and listening, kindly indicate. Hello, hello, knock, knock. At least you can indicate by typing something in the chat box that you are there in the session. Right, Gaurav? I pretty well understand your point, but I'm sure you will be able to relate more to the students' perspective that I am putting forward. Because as a student, you might be able to relate to the concepts that I'm sharing, because those are students' perspective. And I wish you many more beautiful experiences as a teacher. After teaching 20 years, I definitely believe that this profession is worth it. This profession is worth investing your time, money, and more importantly, emotions. And thank you, Mr. Lalit. Thank you, Mr. Gaurav, and thank you, Dr. Sunil Kumar. At least I know someone is listening, and we all are teachers, and we know even if one person is listening to you with good mind and intentions, that matters a lot to the teacher. So again, the point is introducing a sense of humor. People have a natural sense of humor, and some people might not have natural sense of humor, but we can develop that sense of humor. What I do is, when I'm using a PowerPoint presentation in the class, and those days when the topics are very theoretical, heavy and boring, and I'm myself as a teacher, I'm saying that because the truth is, yes, definitely some of the topics that we have to deal with as per syllabus tend to get very, very dry, and students find those topics very, very heavy and boring. Just to break the monotony, I try to insert certain slides that are funny, that are monotony breaking. Like after 4, 5, 6 of slides where a very heavy model is being discussed, I'll put a slide of a bell ringing or a slide of a wake up call. They will find it funny and they laugh. And this is a young generation which is dealing a lot with memes, so I try to find out the memes. Like this is an example here on the slide. I try to find out the memes and use those lot of memes in my conversation and the slides, or maybe cracking some joke around which is connected to your subject, where we are not simply sounding that we are cracking jokes, but you are cracking joke on your subject itself. People, whenever you are giving the students an opportunity to laugh in the class for a while, their moods, their energy, their emotions will be rebooted in the classroom. Otherwise they tend to get drowsy whenever we are teaching them heavy topics. And they like teachers who are bubbly, who have the smiles on their face, who have the ability to laugh off various issues. Then moving ahead with psychosocial justice, here in this particular dimension, I have included those aspects of a teacher where the students have talked about being interactive quality, the interactive quality of the teacher with the student. I'll be quickly rushing through because I started little late and I don't want to take much extra time. Then respect is one thing that students look for. It's a two-way street, but then the very thing that we are taught from the day we are able to socialize, we have always taught that respect your elders. बड़ों का सत्कार करो, बड़ों का आदर करो, respect your elders. But the problem is, respect is a very, very natural, most important human value, which is not specific to age, gender, income status, or anything like that. Every person commands respect, every person expects respect. If we say we must respect elders, we must also respect our subordinates, our younger ones. Even a child, a 2 to 3 year old child understand what it means to be humiliated. A 2 to 3 year old child doesn't expect to be scolded when someone else is watching. You try to do that and you will know the difference. If you scold a child one-to-one, as a mother or as a father, you are in the room, and if you scold the child, the result will be different. And if you scold the child when some other people are watching, the result will be different. And that 2-year-old child doesn't understand what disrespect and humiliation is. But that we naturally know that we have been insulted. We naturally know that something is hurting us or humiliating us. So we have to develop a sense of respect for our student. It's a natural thing. They are fellow human beings and we are sharing the same space. So whatever their backgrounds are, even if they are younger, less qualified, less nurtured than us, we must tend to respect them, enable to get respect from them. And trust me, in 20 years of my teaching, I have never met a student who has disrespected me, because I can claim that I have never disrespected any student. Not that I'm not a firm teacher. I'm a very, very firm teacher. I'm a very, very assertive teacher. My students know me as a stickler to discipline, but they will believe me that I have never ever humiliated them. Another thing, another very, very important universal human value. When I handled a course on human values, that was an orientation program for teachers. the focus on those two important human values. The focus was on respect and trust. They presented us with 9 important human values, but the two most important values is respect and trust. And again, I'm repeating myself that natural human values like respect, trust, love are not subject to age, they are not subject to gender, they are not subject to your qualification and income group. So rather than having a suspicious kind of personality, be trusting. I tend to, this is what I do. Whenever a student tells me that I have not done this particular task, I will not look into that student's matter with suspicion. First thing I'll do is trust that child. Okay, might be some reason. Later on, when we know that this particular thing has become a habit with the students, we try to dig into it. And trust me, students are grown up enough to understand. This is a very, very touching thing for me when in the class, because we all tell the students that your phones should be on silent mode and you are not supposed to pick up the phone. Phone of one particular student in undergraduate class rang, and the ringtone was very, very loud and harsh. So obviously the entire mood of class shifted. The ring was there and class was distracted. And then the student immediately got up and said, sorry ma'am, main bhul gaya. So I said, it's okay, bache, take care in the future. And I told rest of the class that it's okay, don't create that kind of ruckus in the class just because his phone has rang. It often happens. It can happen with me as well. Maybe someday I might forget to do the same thing. So it's okay. Some of the students pointed out again in front of the same student, मैम ये मजाक कर रहा है, इसने हर क्लास में आज फोन बजाया, ये ड्रामे कर रहा है आपके सामने भी. So I said, he has told me that it is by mistake, so I tend to trust him that it is by mistake until unless I am proven wrong or he's proven wrong. And then I started teaching. Later on, that student visited me in my faculty room, and a young boy having a very, very grim face, and he said, ma'am, thank you for trusting me. I did that deliberately because I was trying to have fun in every lecture because my class was enjoying that kind of thing. I did that deliberately, but I think no one has ever trusted me the way you have trusted me. So I will never ever repeat it again. It is very, very important. Even the Erik Erikson's theory of psychosocial development tells us that when we are in the early years of development, when parents do not give us the right kind of environment, when a child is looking for feed from the mother and it expects that the bottle will be having the right kind of temperature, and if some mother is letting a maid handle that situation and the milk is not warm enough or it is too hot for the child to handle, that is when the element of suspicion will creep in the character. This is a very, very deep theory. You must all sometimes find that theory on internet, Erik Erikson's psychosocial development, and you will get how our personalities get affected with these little incidents in our life. Another thing that we must again inculcate within ourselves is compassion. Putting your heart into everything that we do. That's what compassion is. So whenever you are doing your job with a lot of love, lot of compassion, whenever you have the ability to understand the perspective of the student without passing any judgment onto the student, students will definitely get the message. Your indifference towards their problems. Sometimes situations are like that. As I told in the very onset of the presentation, sometimes we as teachers are judged a lot. हम students के लिए कुछ अच्छा करना चाहते हैं, हमारे colleagues हमें judge करने लग जाते हैं, and then हम थोड़ा पीछे हट जाते हैं, and we tend to get indifferent. But let's not do that. I have learned it a hard way. Some years I tried to adjust according to the environment, and sometimes I had to, my heart told me to do something, but I did not do that, thinking that this is not a teacher's role to indulge into this particular matter. But those things leave you with endless guilt, because as a teacher, a student is expecting some kind of help, some kind of guidance, not the indifference. So try to put your love into whatever you are doing, because that that gets transferred to the student. Trust me, students are always observing us. They are always, even when we are walking in the corridors, even when we are sitting amongst our colleagues, they are always observing us and they are always judging us. They do not like being judged, but they are always judging us as to how we behave and how compassionate and affectionate individuals we are. Another thing in interpersonal relations will be equity. Bias is a great no-no. Equality and equity, we all understand the difference. We cannot tend to treat all the students equal, because there will be some students in the class who command more attention. So we have to give them more attention. And then the point is, if we tend to give more attention to one or two of the students in the class, others will definitely get the feeling of bias. So how to manage this particular situation? We have to communicate. We are human beings. We can communicate and tell your students that we are human beings. We are not gods, right? When I'm communicating to my students that these two students are requiring more attention, they will understand. If you are putting more effort into one or two students' lives, but you explain the entire scenario and you make it so transparent and visible to the students as to why those two students are needing more attention, they will understand. The factor of bias will be there if you are performing your evaluative duties biasly. If you are giving more attention to students to make them understand some concepts, they will not get the feeling of bias. But if you are evaluating the students differently, they will definitely get the feeling of bias. So to ensure equity, if there is some student who's weaker, I must put some extra effort into that particular student. Today, I happened to meet a new student in my class. So yesterday I announced presentations for the class by giving them detailed guidelines. And today one student straightway came to the college and she said, "Ma'am, I can never present myself in front of my class, so I think I should quit." So I had to counsel her and I told her that okay, you don't know anything how to type and how to prepare a PowerPoint presentation, so you should make a routine. Come sit here with me and I'll teach you from the very scratch. So I have to bring that child, I have to enable that child to the level of other students as well. Another thing students expect is conflict resolution. They do not want that a teacher should be the person creating disharmony or discord in the class. So whenever there is a conflict happening in front of the teacher, we cannot behave indifferently. बच्चे आपस में बहस रहे हैं और हम वहाँ पे हैं, so we must resolve conflict. And another thing that the students have the bone of contention is, they say that teachers give us group assignments and group activities. And because of those group assignments and group activities, we lose our friends. That's why assignment should be better as an individual assignment. I asked them, how do they feel that they lose friends by getting group assignments? They say, whenever we are doing some group assignment and we are looking for good marks and good performance, some of our friends are not doing the task properly. We contact our teachers to resolve the issues and the teachers tell us, apni problem hai, khud hi solve karo. And then there'll be a lot of conflict where the teacher is not resolving the conflict and we lose our friends. Enabling, as I've already mentioned, rather than labeling the student that you are not good in this, you are not good in academics, you are not good in public speaking, you don't know the language, you don't know the behavior. Rather than labeling them as to be incapable, we must enable them. We are the teachers, and when we expect the same thing happen to our own kids, so we have to become the enablers. If you find that there are certain weak areas in the student's life, we have to put some extra effort to enable that child to bridge that gap in their professional and personal lives. It's a very, very precious memory. You will tend to know that I did not do anything different that we all don't do, but how students look up to us. It's a matter of 2007 when one of my students of BBA final year came to me and he said, "Ma'am, I don't want to go for MBA. because I want to prepare for a public services examination, but my family is a business family. Nobody is supporting me, and I don't have any idea from where and how to do it. And at that time, I was also new to Ludhiana. I was not knowing people and places and I've never been into preparation of public services examination. So I took some time from him and found the information and shared that information from where he can take the coaching and how he should balance his time for taking that coaching and completing his education. It took him 2 to 3 years to crack those papers. Meanwhile he did law, and now he's one of the top officials in BSF. But with just one activity, I just did one thing extra. I could not teach him anything about preparation of examination, but I just found him a person who can guide him. So he feels that I have enabled him to reach there, and whenever he is around, he will give the entire credit of his success and journey to me, just because of that one small drop kind of a contribution that I enabled him. Not that we have to be capable of doing everything on our own, but at least we can help them in reaching the right kind of people. Another quote that is very, very dear to me: honor may be bestowed upon those teachers only who combine good intentions with effective performance. So let's not always focus upon getting results. That I know that's a very, very integral responsibility on us, and we have to do that. But we must also combine good intentions with that. Our intentions must reach our students that we mean well. Whatever we do in their lives, we mean well. Quickly sifting through professional justice. Again, you will be having programs in this particular faculty development program itself, where you will be shared with about details of how to prepare quality content as per the standards of education psychology. But here I have included only that aspect of content which students are clear about, because they have pointed out what they look for in the classroom content. Students definitely look for quality content, and that's what engages them. क्लास में अगर हमारी 60 स्टूडेंट्स भी होते हैं ना, तो उनमें से जितनी मर्जी हम कह लें कि हमारे पास नॉटी क्लास है, नॉन सीरियस क्लास है, they'll be at least 20 to 30% students who are there for knowledge, who are there for academics. So they look for quality content. Even I have experienced the students who are very, very naughty to handle. Even when your content is good enough, you are capable of engaging those students. So they like the content to be structured. Here, student का point of view structure से क्या है? They don't like it कि जब teacher starting में आके ये कहता है कि आज हम ये topic finish कर लेंगे, और उसके बाद वो एक ही point करा पाते हैं, क्योंकि sometimes our students let us sway from the topic and we are not able to put the information into a very, very structured format. वो कहते हैं teachers बात करते करते कहीं के कहीं निकल जाते हैं. So that structure they are talking about. Another aspect is novelty. They look for new information from a teacher. जो books में है, they're looking for something beyond books. So whenever we talk them about latest happenings, latest developments in the field of science and technology, might be related and unrelated, whatever latest information you are able to share with them through your discussion, they appreciate it that well, and they also look for some value addition, especially the students who are in the senior classes or in the master's degree. They evaluate your content and compare it with the books, that what different you have taught them as compared to their standard textbook. This is a very, very tricky issue, knowledge transmission. 3 things are required: the skills, the pedagogy, and media. This particular FDP is directed towards these 3 things: enhancing our pedagogies, working on our skills, using the right kind of medium for communication. Sometimes it happen, we all might be able to relate it, because हम इतने सालों से teachers भी बन गए हैं, लेकिन हम student ज़्यादा साल रहे हैं. So sometimes we had teachers who are very, very experienced, who are highly qualified, PhDs, but teachers of head of the department level. But when they used to come and teach in the class, we used to feel lost, because we felt that maybe they are not able to transfer their knowledge to the students. And we used to believe, जब टीचर ये कहते हैं कि मैंने PhD की है और मुझे 20 साल हो गए, अगर मैं ये क्लास में जाके कहती हूँ मैंने PhD की है और मुझे 20 साल हो गए हैं, I refrain saying that in my class, because otherwise there will be a lot of judgment about how I teach as compared to how much I'm qualified. But when the students tend to know that, okay, this teacher is a PhD, they will be in awe of the teacher's qualification. But when you are transmitting that knowledge to them, they will be comparing it that you don't have that kind of skills. So many a times it happens that we have the knowledge, but we don't have the right kind of communication skills to be able to transfer that knowledge to the students. This is where we have to build up. This is very, very important. Choosing the right kind of teaching methodology, choosing the right kind of media, the mix of PowerPoint and lecture and other methodologies that we are choosing. This is very, very important. I'm not spending much time on this discussion because this is what the very framework of this program is. The special thing in a teacher, the X factor. What extra a teacher should have? Every teacher is a qualified professional teaching their own subject. But what extra they are looking for, that's what makes a teacher super special to them. Persona, a teacher's charm, how a teacher speaks, how a teacher smiles, with what composure and poise the teacher stands and walks, with what composure you speak to them, everything matters. So whenever they have to identify the teachers of equal competence, of equal qualification, they will definitely choose one with a better persona. Then life skills. They want little extra in their classroom. Apart from teaching the subjects that we are teaching, that might be very technical, high and dry subjects, but somewhere here and there, they want that we should be instilling some life values in them, give them some life lessons, share some important experiences that are first-hand or maybe from the biographies and autobiographies that you have read. Share some experiences that add value into the life skills. Tell them something about being good human beings. And you must, as a teacher, be awareness of the general scenario. You might be teaching one subject, but then what is happening around in the world, you might be aware about that. I'm a teacher in management, nothing to do with science, and all of a sudden when we were on a non-academic trip with the student, we were having a chat session, and one of the students said, ma'am, please guide me about one concept which nobody is guiding me. The concept is how ethical surrogacy is. I could have easily said this is not a good topic to discuss. I don't have any knowledge about it. But then because I had the knowledge and I had my point of view about ethical aspects of surrogacy, because I tend to read about everything. I'm a teacher in management, but I will follow all the pages where the updates of quantum physics and space science and latest in medical and biological sciences. I'll follow those pages on the social media and try to keep myself updated about every such concerns that adds value or the X factor to your teaching. Teaching may be the greatest of all arts, since the medium is human mind and spirit. Now we have this canvas, huge canvas. Paint karna hai kisi ne, so they'll have one canvas and some platter of colors, and they'll be creating a masterpiece there. But as teachers, the canvas is very, very huge, because human mind, human spirit is endless. It is beyond measure, and we have the capability of affecting and creating art pieces on that particular canvas. Moving on to environmental justice. Students expect classroom servicescapes. As teachers, we know that we cannot do much about it. This is an organizational responsibility. Again, classroom servicescape, when you look from a student's point of view, they will not have anybody else but you to share their concerns with. आप उनको ये नहीं कह सकते कि बच्चे मैं इसमें कुछ नहीं कर सकती, उनको लगता है कि उनके टीचर ही सब कुछ है. So at least they will try to put forward their word to you. So they expect good ambience, good seating comfort, and well-equipped classrooms as a classroom servicescape. Then they also expect that the guidelines, the behavioral guidelines in the class should be very, very explicit. They say teachers should be clear enough to tell us in advance what are the do's and don'ts of the class, rather than later on reacting, because every teacher's tendencies are different. We all must agree. Some people take things in a stride, and some people have good sense of humor. They tend to ignore certain issues. Some teachers like students to be chatty in the class, and some teachers like students to be very, very stiff in the class. So whatever the do's and don'ts of the class are, students say that we should be very, very clear and explicit about it. And we also must reinforce whenever they are not behaving, the guidelines should be repeated time and again. Good behavior must be appreciated, and so that they know that they are on the right track. Then discipline. This is another amazing thing, that students love to have discipline. Not all have mentioned, but many of them, they love to have discipline in the class. They do not like when they're the teacher in the class and the class is out of control and the teacher has to bang on the podium and shout at the full note that class, keep quiet, don't make noise. They don't like the teacher losing that kind of control in the class. So again, there are a lot of techniques for ensuring discipline, but I have put here 3 techniques that work for me. Like, I have experimented time and again, and these 3 techniques really work for me. One is proximity control. So whenever we are teaching and you see that there is a group of 2 to 3 students who are talking amongst themselves, or maybe doing some activity or exchanging some notes. So without distracting and disturbing the class, just move around, and while teaching, just be around them for a while. Whenever you are in their close proximity, they will change the behavior, and many a times they will get the message that you have been noticed by the teacher and you have been indirectly warned by the teacher. Pause definitely works wonder for me. At least for me, it definitely works wonder. So whenever I'm teaching and I see some students again getting distracted amongst themselves, I'll pause for a while. I won't say anything. I'll pause. I'll pause till the time they notice that I have paused. They'll understand that teacher is not moving ahead till the time we keep quiet, and they understand your pauses pretty well gradually. Then eye contact. A lot of things can be said just by eye contact. You look and maintain an eye contact with the students time and again, a repetitive eye contact with the students who are distracting. That will help them be there attentively in the class. I don't know, we have to experiment. You all have to identify which works best for you. We can experiment on various other methods and techniques, but definitely we must all work towards ensuring discipline. And the last thing is procedural justice. I'm really trying to rush because I don't want to take much of the extra time and keep the other speaker and Dr. Navdeep and all of you waiting little extra. Procedural justice. Here the students are looking for task management. The procedure of managing the task given to the students should be very, very clear. Teacher should be able to make the student understand what has been given to them, rather than simply giving a task and do this assignment, prepare this presentation. We must make these things clear, that what is the task, then how the task will be evaluated, the assessment criteria, and then they want parity or equality in the task assignment as well as in the task evaluation. They say most of the time we fail to perform the task up to the mark because we don't understand what we were supposed to be doing. Like if a teacher gives the presentation and tells the student, okay, this is the topic, prepare a synopsis. So many of the students who are first timers, they won't be even knowing what is a synopsis. They won't be even understanding the very content of the topic. So before giving them the task, we must spend some time in explaining to them what the task actually is and what we are expecting from that particular task. If I'm expecting 5 to 7 minutes presentation or a 500 words assignment or a 2000 words assignment, everything should be clarified. What I do here is, whenever I prepare an assignment or assign topics for presentation, I prepare some guidelines beforehand, some guidelines, and then some tips about how to do and what learning the student will be getting out of after doing that particular assignment. So when they get to read the content beforehand, they are very clear about what they are expected to be doing. Then communication management, having the right kind of procedures of communication. One thing, they expect that the task given to them should be very, very realistic, and teachers must have realistic expectation. In fact, a few days back, one of the students came here for the college for getting some documents signed, and he shared his bad experience about some previous college he did graduation in. He said, ma'am, will the same things happen here as well what were happening in the previous college? I said, I don't know what will happen here and what will happen in the previous college. He said, that time I was given a presentation. That was my first presentation, and the teachers gave me a new topic, and I prepared and tried to present the topic to the best of my ability. And teacher told me a lot of things that you have not done this, you have not added this, and I was scolded and not graded well. Ma'am, I have this one issue from teachers, that I cannot be as intelligent and as competent and as experienced as the teacher is presently. So at least they should have that kind of expectation. Whenever I'm making my first presentation, I cannot be as good as the teacher. So these are little things that matter to the students, and sometimes we tend to ignore all these things. Then they expect two-way communication. Whenever we giving them some work to be done, at least they also want to be able to give us some response as to whether or not they have understood, or maybe they want some trade-off. And most importantly, they look for feedback. स्कूल्स में तो ये फीडबैक का सिस्टम चलता है, कॉलेज में आके कभी गड़बड़ हो जाता है. लाइक वी इवेल्युएट असाइनमेंट्स एंड गिव देम बैक जस्ट लाइक दैट आफ्टर ग्रेडिंग, but they are looking for why their 2 marks have been deducted, and the feedback has to be progressive rather than always telling them, like taking a presentation and we tell them 10 faults, right? This is wrong, this is wrong, this is wrong. Rather than, we must focus on first thing, what good things are there, and then telling them areas of improvement. Feedback is important, negative as well as positive, but the way we are giving the feedback should not be regressive, but it should be very, very positive and progressive. किसी के वास्ते राहें कहाँ बदलती हैं, तुम अपने आप को खुद ही बदल सको तो चलो. ये मुझे बहुत पसंद है शेयर, इसलिए मैं इसको प्रेजेंटेशन में इंक्लूड किया. Because the change has to begin from us. We cannot always dream of having the best kind of student intake. This is again will be an aspiration, and we'll always strive to have that kind of student intake in our places. But again, the change has to begin from us. So just to initiate some change within us as teachers, I have tried to conclude the entire discussion that I had with the students in those 5 pillars. And then on the basis of my own experience and my experiences with the students, I have tried to create certain commandments that as a teacher, our soul will be enriched if we follow these commandments, because this is what works for me. and very honestly, I'm sharing that information with you without without sounding that I'm being a preacher, or without sounding that I'm doing something better that you are not doing. It is just an opportunity to share what worked for me, what enriched my experiences as a teacher. So one thing, we must work towards mastery. Rather than being competitive that I'll be a better teacher than that particular person or that particular person, let's focus on getting the mastery on whatever we get to do, because we cannot raise the standard of our students if we are not working on ourselves. So as a teacher, I would always guide and advise, guide those who are new to the profession of teaching, and want to share my views to those who are my colleagues, that please develop a habit of reading a lot, related to your subject and beyond your subject. If you are not into books, then follow those blogs and social media sites where you get a lot of information about the articles of various domains, because the more you read, you will be raising your own standards of communication and information, and that will be reflecting in your students. Because there are 4 stages that we go through while we are building up competence. Many a times it happens that whatever I'm doing in the class, I do with the best of the intentions and with best of my ability. But again, I feel that my students are not up to the mark, and sometimes I'll get feeling कि वो उस दूसरी क्लासेस में बच्चों के परफॉर्मेंस बेटर आती है, मेरी क्लास में कम आती है. दूसरी क्लासेस में बच्चों का बिहेवियर बेटर होता है, मेरी क्लास में इतना बेटर नहीं होता. But again, I think I am also doing the same things. I am doing my 100%. Why this is the disparity? But sometimes it happens that there is some incompetence, maybe in the preparation of the subject, maybe in my communication skills, maybe in the selection of pedagogies. I'm not conscious that I am having some incompetence. Then conscious incompetence, when I try to explore and find out that there are certain areas of improvement in me. And then moving on to 3rd stage, when I try to improve, and I'll prepare my lectures, prepare my script of the class. I'll always consciously try to deliver the best content, and gradually I'll become a master, because I won't have to make any conscious effort, and it will be very, very natural. So great teachers emanate out of knowledge, passion, and compassion. I have already made this point that these 3 things sum up the entire conversation. Teacher must be possessing great knowledge. Teacher must be passionate and compassionate about the job. And another thing, we need to become egoless creatures. Teacher should not have any ego clash with the student, because again, the point that we have to remember, emotional maturity. So let not be having that bloated kind of egos that we get off the moment they are pricked. Students are kids. They don't know the right words to speak to. Recently, in the last year, when we were having traditional classes, I have this habit that I don't let students sit in the corners here and there if there are seats available in the front rows. So I was organizing the class, and I told one group that बच्चे आप वहां से आगे आ जाओ, because वहां पे आप मुझे दिख नहीं रहे हो. So they started moving, but one girl who was sitting right in front of me, she said, "Ma'am, आपको मैं दिख रही हूँ with this skirt, ma'am, आपको मैं दिख रही हूँ," and she had little angry expression on her face. So मुझे उसका question समझ नहीं आया. Asked, बच्चे, I did not get you. She said, "Ma'am, आपको मैं दिख रही हूँ यहाँ बैठी हुई." So I was like, कि obviously बच्चे आप मुझे दिख रहे हो. Then she said, फिर मेरी attendance कम क्यों लगी है पिछले lectures में? And the whole class was like stunned ki what tone she is using, and with what way she has spoken to the teacher. This is not the right way. Maybe they got this feeling that this is not the right way, and they were expecting some good showdown there. So I just addressed to her question that there can be several reasons that your attendance is not up to the mark. Attendance have been shown to you 3 days back, so you should have come to me for the clarification rather than keeping it to yourself and feeling aggrieved. So I told her it might be some human error from my part as well, and it might be some calculation error from your part. So you can meet me and I'll discuss with you whatever the issue is. So she came to me later. I revealed to her that EDP systems where the attendance of every class has been marked, and she checked those dates and she compared those dates with the dates of other teachers, and she was absent in all those days where I have marked in all other subjects as well. So she got to know that it was her fault. And so her grievance was addressed, and then I asked her, Shruti, how better you could have asked the question. So she said, ma'am, I should have asked that, ma'am, I have some issue regarding my attendance. There is some discrepancy. Can you please address it? Ma'am, I got your point. I'm sorry, I'll never repeat it again. But the student, and then she later told me, thank you, ma'am, for being patient, because when you called me outside for verification of attendance, my classmates were telling me that you have done something wrong and you are really going to get a lot of scolding. तुम तो बच गए, नहीं तो क्लास में बेइज्जती होनी थी. अगर हम छोटे से छोटे मोमेंट पे let's try to understand that they don't know the right things. We are their teachers. We have to teach them. So let's not be very egoist. It's not that let's take the trash that they're putting on us, but we must check them, but check them while keeping our ego under control. Focus on the emotional well-being as well. Altruism is a great quality, and students observe us. Be there whenever the students need you. Even when you are around in the campus and you find some student here and there who needs support, who needs guidance, who needs help, try to be there. Don't think about what the world is judging you. You have to remain within the domain of your job, definitely. But if you are convinced that being there for the students and guiding them whenever they are in problem, even if that is beyond your job's domain, at least you can communicate to the higher authorities about some issues that students are facing in their personal lives as well. So show that you are selfless, show that you are doing good for them as well as for other people around in your life. Share with them the feeling of going to orphanages and old age homes and being part of some social activity. And remember that every behavior comes with the background. That is very, very important. As a student of psychology, I have learned a lot from this subject, that if you start thinking that every behavior comes with a background, trust me, you will not dislike anybody again. You will not judge anybody again, because there is a lot of story behind every behavior. Then that story begins from the very conception of a child. Psychology says कि mother के womb में ही आधी personality बन जाती है इंसान की. So story बहुत पुरानी होती है, behavior हमें अब नजर आ रहा होता है. So we have to remember that there is a background, there is a story. अगर एक बच्चा आज रूड बोल रहा है तो उसके पीछे वो कहानी बड़ी लंबी होगी कि उसने बोलना कहाँ से और कैसे सीखा. So that's why let's not be judgmental. Let's not label and brand our kids as worthless, lazy, useless, bad, dumbo. Never ever do that. Again, a lot of researches have been done proving this point, that what kind of thoughts we put to people, there is a self-fulfilling prophecy. हम जो कहते हैं अगेन वो ट्रू होता जाता है. पीपल हैव दिस टेंडेंसी. अगर आप अपने बच्चे को हमेशा बुरा 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 कहोगे ना, तो एक दिन ऐसा आता है वो कहता है ठीक है हम बुरा बन के दिखाएंगे. अगर तुम किसी को यूजलेस कहोगे, तो देयर इज अ टेंडेंसी इन मोस्ट ऑफ द ह्यूमन बीइंग टू गेट यूजलेस. पावर ऑफ सबकॉन्शियस इज अनदर बुक वी एज टीचर्स मस्ट रीड. द पावर ऑफ सबकॉन्शियस that reveals us that how our words, our thoughts, our labels affect our lives and the lives of others around us. Another aspect of a teacher, never ever give your remote control in the hands of your students. वो स्टूडेंट अगर हमें टीचर को रुला पाए, teacher ko gussa dila paye, if a student has the capability of ensuring that a teacher leaves the class angry and upset, we are not managing our job well. So our locus of control should be internal. Our moods, our emotions should not be subject to what our students are doing. Apni class, meri marzi, meri class, right? Control is in my hand. Never let the control loose. Discipline begins from self. So if you are reaching the class in time, you can expect the student to be always reaching in time. If you are making excuses every day of reaching in the class 5 minutes or 10 minutes late, students will have more number of excuses from us. So discipline has to begin from us. And whenever you are stuck as to what is right and what is wrong, do what nature tells you to do. Up apne andar, look within and find out that what is the right thing to do in a particular situation. And remember that we are putting the framework. We are teachers now. We were students, and we are or we will be parents as well. So we are completing the scale all on our own. So we can look back as a teacher, we can look back what we expected when we were students, and we can look ahead what we expect when we are parents. Transfer positive energy. It is very, very important. I have already talked about that. Your positivity, your energy, how you think, how you speak, your good vibes, they definitely influence your students. Transferring sanskar is important. There is no punishment for being a bad teacher. But then our actions, our gestures, our undue competitiveness, telling students to compete unnecessarily rather than giving them a co-opting kind of attitude, that tends to get wrong. So we must try to unlearn the habits that are harmful, so that we are only transferring sanskar to the student, the values to the student. That's more important than any of the subject. So don't be negative. Transfer happiness. Never give them an outlook कि जिंदगी बहुत बुरी है, life बड़ी मुश्किल है. Where's the need of telling? ये हमने unnecessarily सीख लिया हुआ है. बेटा पढ़ाई के बाद देखो कि दुनिया बड़ी खराब है. Where's the need? हम तो इतनी अच्छी लाइफ लीड कर रहे हैं. लाइफ में तो अप्स एंड डाउन्स चलती रहती हैं. दुनिया बड़ी खराब है. मैं उस दुनिया में हूँ, मैं खराब नहीं हूँ. आप यहाँ पे 22 और लोग हैं, आप खराब नहीं हैं. तो फिर दुनिया में खराब कौन है? If we ask 1 lakh people from Ludhiana कि आप बुरे हो, they will not say कि हम बुरे हैं. They will say हम तो सबका अच्छा चाहते हैं. अब 1 million से पूछो, वो कहेंगे हम सबका अच्छा चाहते हैं. अब 10 million से पूछो, वो कहते हैं अच्छा चाहते हैं. Nobody says कि हम we mean unwell for someone, कि हम दूसरों की बुराई सोचते हैं, दूसरों को दुखी देखना चाहते हैं. You ask 100% of the population, they will tell you कि हम तो सबका अच्छा चाहते हैं. तो फिर दुनिया में बुरा कौन है? So let's not give them this kind of negative and grim picture. Already environment में बहुत कुछ हो रहा है, वो हमसे ज़्यादा उसको sense कर रहे हैं. So let's not transfer that kind of negativity amongst them. Give them a happy picture of life. Show them that you are a happy, healthy human being and life is beautiful. Only that way they'll be motivated to have a good life. Be an artistic scientist. Teacher has to be a scientist because we have to teach them the concept. But developing the art of teaching becomes very, very important. And the last thing, this is here I conclude. मैं दिया हूँ हवा के साथ, मेरी जिद नहीं कोई. हवा का धर्म है चलना और मेरा कर्म है जलना. It is easier when we say कि teacher is like a candle who has to burn. Teachers Day पे ऐसे ही messages आते हैं. So this is our duty to keep burning and lighting the world around us. And the students are the hawa, the younger generation. ज़माने की हवा है वो अपना काम करते रहेंगे, हम अपना काम करते रहेंगे. So we don't have to fight against, we don't have to stand against our students, but we have to stand with them, in front of them, and lead them towards light. That's what our most important role is. And whenever things go wrong, always remember that clip, शिक्षक कभी साधारण नहीं होता. So अगर हम teachers हैं, हमारे profession ही ordinary नहीं है, तो फिर हम ordinary चीजें कैसे कर सकते हैं? We have to do something extraordinary for our students, and we have to believe in the power of our profession. We have to believe that we are doing a good job, we are contributing well to the society, we are meeting the very purpose of life here by making some positive difference in the life of at least one student. And trust me, it's not one, we make difference in the life of many students. Just be a humanitarian teacher, just add humanistic approach to your teaching. Don't treat them like they are the customers of an organization, because colleges have become business organization. But for a teacher, a student is an investment, not a customer. Thank you. That's all from my side. I could not ensure many of the interactions as well, because again, issues of time and lesser responses that I was getting. But again, want to take some liberty here. Anyone who wants to put forward some experience, some information, or anyone who has got some point of view which is different from my point of view, please come forward with your opinion. I'm waiting for your response. Anyone who's having any difference of opinion here, anyone who wants me to change some perspective, any contribution from your side? And thank you for the feedback here. Yes, Mr. Sandeep Singh, that's even I believe this being egoless is very, very important for a teacher, because this is the only way we can handle the changing profile of the student. If we keep our ego very, very sensitive, there'll be a lot of clashes, and we'll feel that we stand against the students rather than standing with them. Yeah, you're absolutely right. So if no other point from your side, I hand over back to Dr. Nidhi.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much for being with us. Your lecture, your session was so wonderful, so informative, and very interesting. And you have, as told us, we have to be very compassionate toward our profession, and we need to be think about indifferences also. Let's not do to in as a teacher, and we should have to raise ourselves before raising our students, and we have to work toward the excellence, not the superiority. That means we need to be very need to be think like this, ki we have to do something to our students, we have to improve ourselves before improving our students. Thank you so much for being with us, ma'am. Thanks a
Thank you,
lot.
Dr. Nidhi. Thank you so much.
The next session will be taken by Dr. Parampal Singh. Uh, he will be joining in another 7 minutes. Let's wait for them.
Good afternoon, everyone. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's great. I think we are coming to the last session for today, and this being a second day. I'm Dr. Parampal. I'm an HOD in the Department of Business Administration, GNDEC. So first of all, I would like to welcome you all for this very particular program. In the last 1 days, I think the topics which you all have covered included redesigning the teacher education, the interdisciplinary teaching. Then we talked about the online education and the digital tools. Then we talked about the technology and the quality and how this technology is aiding us in providing a good quality education. Then we talked about the student perspective and the role. So the different areas which have been covered, I think you all must have attended all those lectures, and you must be very, very clear about these things. So in the first 1 or 2 days, we basically wanted to discuss about the basics of the teaching process. So today I'll be covering a topic of your the role of teaching mechanism in effective teaching. So in this we would be talking about the various issues which will be coming up, and so let us start with this thing that when we talk about learning, let me make it very clear that learning is basically a religion. This is what I believe. Learning is a religion which has to be followed with a lot of reverence. And remember, we all are the teachers. Remember this thing that all the students, they are always looking forward to the teachers who are teaching them. The teachers are being literally scanned, and the teachers are being literally, looked into minutest of the details, the way they talk, the way they speak, the way they present themselves. And so today I'll be discussing that when we talk about the learning process, when we talk about the teaching, and when we talk about the learning, then how does this learning actually happens? So we'll be talking about the basic grassroots type of the strategies and the process which are being followed, so that it can help us in designing a better teaching process. So going forward, I would like to say that when we talk about the teaching, when we talk about the learning, see, I've given the 4 slides. When we talk about the learning process, we talk about the thing that it is a never-ending process which starts from the birth of an individual and it goes up to the dissolution or the death of an individual. I think you must have gone through all these stages the moment the child was born. Then he grows up and then he stands on his own. And in the first picture you see maybe a parent holding the hands and making the child, learning the child or making him to walk. So the child is learning, then he is learning to eat. In the third, he is learning to drive the bicycle. And in the 4th quadrant, we see, which is the most difficult thing which we learn, that is parting with the things or the issues which we love. That is, we are supposed or we are asked to give something which is very dear to us. That is the hardest part of the learning. So moving forward, let us talk about the definition of a teacher. Teacher must understand the fundamentals of learning to make teaching effective, and that is the basic stress point which I do have and which I have or which I'll be following for today. This definition was given by William H. Burton. The next definition that is that learning covers every modification in the behavior of an individual. Now, this modification, what is done? It is done so that we are able to meet the various environmental requirements, the environment which is just around us, which we term as the micro environment. And when we talk about the larger environment, which is the society, which is the nation, we are talking about the macro environment. So this definition is given by the Gardner Murphy, who basically says that we need to learn so that we can present and we can live in a better way regarding the environmental requirements. Now, what does this learning has an impact on? Now, the learning helps in three primary components. First is generation of the knowledge and understanding. Now, these are the two separate things which a teacher has to focus upon, that he has to impart a knowledge. And remember this thing, when we are talking about this COVID situation, we have talked about this thing. Let us be very clear about this thing, that in this COVID situation, when we are working or we are moving into the online mode of your teaching, then the things are becoming difficult, because it becomes very easier if you have a face-to-face contact with the students. But in case of an online learning, in case of the online teaching, we are lagging behind. We are missing this component in which we can talk with the students very effectively and in a very effective manner. So it helps in enhancing the capabilities and the skills of an individual, and of course it helps to motivate, it helps in the attitude building, and it helps in the disposition towards these motivation and attitudes where you work within the society. So moving forward, I would like to stress upon that when we talk about this teaching, we talk about the definitions of the teaching. It is a permanent change in the behavior. Learning is a permanent change in the behavior. And why it is happening? It is happening as a result of an experience. It is happening as a result of an exposure. Now, it is a process by which a person constructs. Mind it, this definition is a beautiful definition. It helps a person to construct the knowledge, which culminates into the skills and developing the capabilities. So why we need to understand learning? We need to understand the process of learning because it primarily has a lot of effect. First of all, it helps in the behavior modification. Second is it's a continuous process. Third, the learning can be done both active as well as passive. Fourth is this learning is transferable from one individual to another. And next is it is essential for the growth and development. And next point is it is not necessarily positive. These 2 points, third point and last point, that is active as well as passive and not necessarily positive, we'll be taking up with the detail in due course of time. Now I would like to discuss the Thorndike's 7 laws of learning, which comprise the exercise, the effect, the intensity, the subordination, the recency, the primacy, and the readiness. And then we will discuss what are the consequences it has in the teaching process. So when we talk about the readiness, the student should be ready. What does ready mean here? That his full concentration should be in studies. He should not have a lot of responsibilities, other interests, or other worries, because if he's having all these 3 things, that is the responsibilities, interests, and the worries, then this will create a problem and dissatisfaction in the mind of a student. So what is the take? What is the outcome for a teacher here? It is curiosity. Generate curiosity. Curiosity means that the student should be very eager to attend your lecture. You have to generate a curiosity in his mind. Second is exercise. Exercise means recalling, the review, the summary. Each time you go for a new topic, it is better you correlate and link this new topic with the a past topic which has already been covered, and you should try to interact with the students about this thing. So what is the take? It should result in the recall. Third is effect. Now, every learning process should leave a student with some good feeling, that he should feel that I have really gained something when I have attended the lecture. This is what is lacking right now. Remember this thing, when we are talking about the teachers the teaching, the students, they feel disinterested, because we all are teachers. Let us understand this thing. Whatever we are talking about, the student might be knowing, because the origin or the base from which we are collecting and from which they are collecting the information almost remains the same now. That is the internet. Remember this thing, we need to add something. We need to have some good feeling. We need to have teach in a way that the student feels recognized. Intensity, a sharp, clear, vivid, and an exciting learning experience should be there. It should not be a routine, or it should not be a boring experience for the student to attend the classes, and we take it as modeling. Recency means we should incorporate the recent changes, the recent developments which have taken place in the respective field or the topic which we are discussing, and this I would refer to as regurgitation. You can find the literal meaning of the regurgitation. It means when you should be able to recall, you should be able to go into the process again and again, and it should help you in generating a type of a skill. Primacy means your beginning of the lecture should be interesting. See, first impression is the last impression. So I would talk it as a primacy, and we talk it as the beginning to be excellent, and then we called about the subordination, that apart from all these 6 components that we have, other laws which can be added and which are being added in due course of time. Now let us talk about the learning modalities. Here we will be talking about the learning models. The first model is known as the WARP model, given by the Neil Fleming. It talks about the 4 major components of learning. First is visual, second is oral or the auditory, third is reading and writing, and fourth is kinesthetics. Now remember this thing, complete learning experience will only occur when we focus on all these 4 components equally. Visually, it can be in the form of an illustration, it can be in the form of the diagrams, it can be the pictorial representations. Auditory means the tone, the volume, the type of toning that is being done by the teacher. It should be very pleasant to be heard by the students. It should be the auditory, should be very, very good. Reading and writing skills you have to give to the students. We often give assignments to the students, but what our end result is that since you are giving one assignment to all the people, so what they do is one is doing, another are copying. So I make it a point that either I make a group of 2 or 3 individuals, or I give a different assignment to each and every one, because this is going to enhance the reading and the writing skills. And kinesthetic means the body language that you are using while you are teaching, the eye contact. I mean, if we have a session on communication, you might be coming across through all this kinesthetics and all that. So this is the WARP model given by the Neil Fleming, which the teachers need to understand and incorporate. Next is David Kolb's learning model. It forms 4 components, that is the concrete experience, the reflective observation, the abstract conceptualization, and the active experimentation. Now, learning for the students would only be possible if all these 4 components are being taken care of. First is concrete experience. You should give concrete, valid examples whenever you are teaching. Second is a reflective observation. When we talk about a reflective observation, we need to understand this thing, that whatever you are saying, whatever you're teaching, and whatever you are showing to the students is reflected in their behavior in due course of time. For example, if I take a very simple example, if the teacher is turning the student out from the class because he is late by 15 minutes, then I would say that the teacher has to be in the class before the class starts. But what happens actually, the teacher is coming 5 minutes late and the student who is coming 7 minutes late, there's a difference of 2 minutes, he is being asked to leave. So, I mean, if you want, it should be reflective, because whatever you are saying, it should be observant. You are being observed. Next is abstract conceptualization. Whatever you are teaching, your verbose, your method of teaching, your methodology should be such that the moment you are teaching, the child or a student is able to conceptualize, or he is able to comprehend and make an image in his mindset. And the last is active experimentation. And I am very, very sorry to say this thing, that when we come to this kind of a component, that our students are very good in theoretic things. What they think is, they mug up the things, they learn up the things, they learn the verbose, and I'm sorry, I'm using the wrong word. They simply go to the examination and they just vomit it out, and we evaluate the students. There is no active experimentation in the part on the part of the teacher as well as the students. So we need to understand that when we're talking about the learning experience, we need to follow the David Colby's learning cycle. So these are some interesting facts that we have, that when you read, you are able to retain 10%, when you are able to hear, it is 20%, 30 when you visualize, 50 when you both visualize and hear, 70% is what they say in the way when you teach, and then when you take the feedback, and 90% is what they say and do. This is, we are talking about the actual or active experimentation here. So let us follow a multi-model strategy in classroom teaching. It should be the combination of all the components, that is auditory. Then we should have all these components easily blended, e-learning and all that stuff for the teaching to become effective. Now this topic I'll be not covering in detail, that is the learning domains. It was given by Dr. Benjamin Bloom and is often talked about in the form of the Bloom's taxonomy. So when I'm talking about this, we are talking about the three components of learning. First is the emotional component, second is the mental component, and fourth is the physical skills, which is often known as the affective, the cognitive, and the psychomotor skills. This we will be, you might be doing in details, so I'm not going in details of it. In the due course of time, this Bloom's taxonomy would be taken up by another expert. So when we talk about the Bloom's taxonomy of learning domains, we are talking about different kind of the strategies which can be used while designing a learning curriculum. It can be in the form of remembering, it can be in the form of understanding, applying, analyzing, evaluating, and creating. Maybe since most of you are the teachers and from the engineering background, or so in that case, you must be comfortable with all these Bloom's taxonomy, because all these kind of accreditations that you have, they go for this Bloom's taxonomy, and your teaching and the curriculum evaluation should be according to Bloom's taxonomy. Now let us talk about the theoretical framework. When we talk about the theoretical framework of learning, I'll be talking about the three major components. The first is behaviorism, second is cognitivism, third is social and observational learning. So let us talk about the behaviorism theory. Behavior can be modified based on the consequences of the behavior. I would like to take a very simple example over here, that why it is the reason that most of us are afraid of asking questions. The reason behind this is that when we ask questions, maybe the first time we had asked questions, someone would have said, okay, sit down, don't waste my time. Then you would have kept mum. Second time you would have asked questions, the teacher might have asked you to leave the class. So you thought that it's not the right kind of a thing which I should ask. And ultimately, as the time passes, the consequence of the behavior was each time you behave, the consequence is negative, and you learned about this thing that whenever I'm going to perform or ask the question to anyone, the outcome is going to be that I'll be asked to leave the class, or I'll be asked to keep mum. So that is why slowly and steadily all our students have cultivated a habit of not asking the questions. So when we talk about the behaviorism, I'm talking about the two basic conceptual theories. First is the classical condition, a very, very great experiment done by the Ivan Pavlov. And second is the operant conditioning, but here we'll be discussing more about the classical conditioning. Now there are two components in the conditioning or the classical conditioning. First is the stimulus and second is the response. Stimulus is a motive or a driving force which makes an individual to behave in a particular manner. So when I'm talking about a stimulus, this stimulus has to be strong, and when the stimulus is strong, then in that case the response has to be equally strong. So there's a famous experiment which was carried out by Ivan Pavlov, which is known as the experiment done by the dog. So here it is like that. What was done was that since most of you might be having the pets at your place, and especially when you are having a dog, that whenever a dog is offered a food, then the response is that there's a salivation from the mouth of the dog, and जिसको हम बोलते हैं हिंदी में लाल टपकनी. Fine. So whenever a dog is shown, similarly we also have that when something good is cooking, suddenly the juices in our mouth and in our tongue, they are secreted and we start feeling hungry. We do also have a salivation. So when the food was going to be offered, that there was a salivation in the dog. So this was before conditioning. Now what he did was that instead of a food, he brought a bell and he rang the bell. But this dog did not associate the bell as a food. So hence there was no salivation. Now in the third component, what he did was whenever the food was offered, the bell was rung. So there was a salivation. So what the dog learned was that whenever the bell would ring, I would be offered the food. So after some time, just the bell was rung, and again salivation was there in the dog because the dog could associate bell with food. So this is how the whole classical conditioning model of learning works. Now when we talk about the operant conditioning given by the Skinner, he says learning is done or is there on the basis of the response. The response may be positive or it may be negative, and it is based on the experiment done by the Skinner's rat, in which there was a whole experimental setup that was done. There was a mouse was introduced in a box known as the Skinner's box. On the one wall there was a speaker, there were lights, and there was a lever, and whenever the rat used to press the right point on the lever, the food pallet would come out, and whenever he pressed at the wrong part in the lever, instead of a food pallet, he would get a mild shock, and there would be blinking of the lights and there would be a jarring sound from the speaker. So ultimately the rat came to learn about this thing, that this is the particular point, or this is the way, if I press the lever in this way, I'll be in a position to get the food, and he never committed a mistake. Now this is the basic difference between the animals and the human beings. Human beings do not behave like that. We know that whatever activities which we are doing right now, whether it is the pollution or anything, it is going to have a negative impact. But still, we have not learned. And I'm pretty sure that human beings are such a race that whatever happens, they will never learn. I'm sorry to say this thing, but this is what I feel. These are my feelings. So this is the Skinner's rat. Next is when we talk about the reinforcement, let us focus on the extreme right hand side of the part of the screen where you're finding 4 kids. Now when reinforcement can be positive, you see a young man, a young child smiling with a star on his forehead. You all remember your young age, or when you were toddlers, that whenever you performed good in a class, then the teacher would give you a star on your hand, or aapki kalai pe teacher star bana deta tha, and when you used to come home and you said, "Mom, see, I've got a star." So this is positive reinforcement. The negative reinforcement can be in the form of sorry for the interruptions. Second is second boy sitting on a chair, the mother has said, you have done something wrong, I'm going to lock you in the room or the rat room. Okay. Third is you say something wrong to a kid that he starts avoiding you. And fourth and the most painful is you are snatching or you are taking away a thing which a child loves the most and say this thing. Or if I ask you this thing that if you want the students to learn today, what you should take स्टूडेंट्स से अगर आपको चाहिए किसी को पनिशमेंट देनी है किसी भी स्टूडेंट को तो आपको क्या करना चाहिए एनी वन ऑफ यू if you are present in this I mean in this virtual class तो किसी भी स्टूडेंट को कोई पनिशमेंट देनी है या पेरेंट्स को बच्चों को कुछ पनिशमेंट देनी तो पेरेंट्स को क्या करना चाहिए एनी वन ऑफ यू anyone of you would like to answer? Sandeep is there, Lavneet is there, Shilpi is there, KK Jha is there. Anyone would like to answer this? Anyone? Rimal is there, Jaspreet is there, Vaibhav is there. Any one of you would like to answer that? If you want to do, punish your a student or a child, what you should do? ओके आई वुड गिव द आंसर उनका हाँ जी उनका आंसर ये आना चाहिए कि बच्चे का नेट पैक बंद कर दो उसे उसका मोबाइल छीन लो so that would be the biggest kind of what do you call that the punishment that a child can get. Okay, so let's move forward. This is the famous experiment in which the Skinner was able to ask or able to teach the pigeons how to play ping pong. Okay, what does it basically means that the pigeons were asked to play a ping pong, and the moment the ball from one pigeon, when he hit that ball and the other pigeon could not stop it and it landed down, the pigeon who has hit the ball could get the feed, and both of them were playing in this way that they wanted to eat the feed. So what are the implications of this behaviorism? Behavior, shaping of behavior through association and conditioning. Second is behavior modification through reward and punishment. Third is there's a journal discipline, and you should submit as per the due dates, and if you do not do the things in a right way or right form, then you are bound to get the what do you call it, the punishment. So second component that we have is cognitivism. It grew in response to the behaviorism, and it was given by a multi-store model given by Atkinson and Schifrin, and a multiple intelligence model given by the Gardner. Now let us talk about the multi-stage model of learning. The multi-stage model of learning says that whenever we want to learn, there are three stages. First is the sensory stage, working stage, and the long-term stage, often referred to as the sensory memory, the working memory, and the long-term memory. Now let us talk about the sensory memory. Whenever a stimulus is acting in the sensory memory, then the capacity of this memory is very short-lived, and it ranges from 0.5 seconds to 3 seconds, and it is having a very limited quantity that only 3 to 7 words are remembered. Now, if within 0.5 to 3 seconds the learning is reinforced, or if it is not reinforced, you will forget. Now, when the learning is at the sensory memory is reinforced in the form of attention, it goes into the next memory, that is a working memory. This working memory has got a capacity of 7 to 9 chunks, and it has got a duration of 5 to 15 seconds. Now, if within this time period, reinforcement is there, then it goes through encoding into the long-term memory, which is infinite and permanent in nature. Now, as a teacher, you should try to convert the sensory memory into the LTM, that is a long-term memory. Now, multiple intelligences say that being a good student, answering all the questions, scoring good, does not make a person intelligence, because intelligence is in the form of multiples. There are different form of intelligences. Now, the first form is logical mathematical intelligence. I think you must have seen that movie of Shakuntala Devi. She was a gem. She's an asset. Who's very good at logical and mathematical computations. So the type of intelligence she is having, it is referred to as the logical and the mathematical intelligence. Second is linguistic intelligence. Some people, they are very good in speaking. Some people are very good in writing. So both of these individuals, they are having a different kind of intelligence, which is known as the linguistic intelligence. Third is musical intelligence. You must have heard about a singer, a composer, and a musician called Adnan Sami. He can play almost all the instruments that are available in the world. So he's having a like of musical intelligence. Next is spatial intelligence. Who make abstracting and who make the things spatially and good. And these individuals are good in drawing. Next is bodily kinesthetical intelligence. They can use their body movements very effectively. Gymnasts can be a good example. So these next type of intelligence is interpersonal intelligence, who can work around with the people very, very effectively. And you should look for these kind of intelligence among your students, who can work in teams, who can do good and perform good while working in teams. Next is intrapersonal intelligence. We often refer to these individuals like introvert. Remember this thing, when we talk about the introvert, these are the kind of the people, we have this thing that they are not learning, but actually they are the people who are learning at a very fast pace. So they are learning themselves. They are very good and very fast learners. Next is nature loving intelligence. They would wander around in the nature. And the next is what are the implications of this multimodal intelligence? It is very important. It helps to understand the differences in the learning capabilities. See, we as human beings, if we look at our hand also, all the fingers and our thumb, they are not of same length, same size. They are each and every one of the fingers and the thumb, they are different. And when they come together, they help in generating the concerted or coordinated effort. So as a teacher, we should understand this thing, that if we have 30 individual students in our class, then all these 30 students will not have the same kind of an intelligence. And our methodologies should not be same. That if we are following one methodology, there are certain students who are very self-learners. When they are self-learners, they are self-driven. And others are the students who need some help for learning. So when we talk about these kind of individuals, we need to devise a different kind of the teaching methodology for them. It helps in understanding differences in the types of your intelligence. It helps in revision and rote learning. Rote means sequential learning, and it helps to generate the directions towards the right career choices. Now, this is a very, very great experiment in which we talk about the social learning theory given by Albert Bandura. It is based on a fact that people learn through observing others. In the first slide or the second slide, I was talking about the active and the passive learning. Here I would explain it, how the active and passive learning occurs. Remember this thing, most of the human behavior is learned observationally through modeling. From observing others, one forms an idea of how new behaviors are performed, and on later occasion, this would serve as a guide for his action. So what was this done? Experiment was done on the famous Bobo doll experiment. I think knowing at this bobo doll, you must be knowing that once you punch on the nose of this bobo doll, it will fall down and it will rise up. So what happens was, this experiment was performed by Bandura, Ross and Ross by testing 38 boys and 38 girls from the Stanford University Nursery School, and all the toddlers were within the age group of 3 to 6 years, and it was performed in the year 1961. Now he divided these individuals into three groups, 24 each. Now the first group, when they were playing in a room, they were exposed to a model. Model means any male or a female. Now these 24 students were exposed to an aggressive model. When we talk about an aggressive model, these are the individuals. I'll show in due course of time what he did. And the second model or second component was the non-aggressive model. It was shown to the 24 people, children, and the third 24 group of 24 children is known as the control conditions, who was not exposed to the aggressive and non-aggressive model. Now, how it was done? Now, 24 children watched a male or a female model behaving very aggressively, in way that a room was there, 24 children were playing in that room, and one of the model, who was an aggressive model, enters the room, and without talking to the children, what he does is he simply pounces on that bobo doll, starts punching it using abusive language, start hitting it with a hammer, and then start hitting it with a pistol. And what happened was, these 24 children between the age group 3 to 6 years, they were watching him, how he was behaving. They were observing him very keenly. Fine. On the other hand, the second group, that is the group that was exposed to the non-aggressive model, they kept on playing in the room. The model came inside, they talked with the students. He did not do anything to the bobo doll. And third was the group which is the control group. Now what happened? This is the video. I would like to skip it. Now, what happened? The end result was that once these models, aggressive, non-aggressive, and control, they were exposed to the students, they were asked to leave after 10 minutes. Now, and the students were observed. Now, how the students were observed? Initially, these 24 students in the group 1, which were exposed to the aggressive model, they were asked to move in a room which was having all the beautiful toys. Fine. They were able to play with all the toys, and suddenly a person comes in and he snatches away a toy from all the children and says this thing, that these toys are not meant for you. These toys are meant for the individual who are better than you. It means they created a sort of upheaval, or they created a kind of very irritating kind of thing among the children, because it becomes very difficult when a child is playing, when you take a toy from him. Okay, now what they observed? Now they observed that within the same room there was a bobo doll. Now, out of these 24 children, some were highly aggressive and some were less aggressive. Now, what the highly aggressive students did, they went to the bobo doll, they started punching the bobo doll using a wrong language, started hitting it with a hammer, took out the pistol that was in the cupboard and aimed at and started shooting at it. What does it mean? They were doing what they observed. And less aggressive children, they just hit the bobo doll and they did nothing. So what I mean to say over here, this is a great work that was done by Albert Bandura in this bobo doll experiment, which clearly indicated about this thing, that the students, they learn by observing. They work like anything, they keep on observing. So as a teacher, you have to be very, very particular about this thing, the way you dress, the way you enter into the class, the way you interact with the students, the way you dress up, the verbose you are using, the kind of examples you are giving, and the kind of the interest you are generating in the class is going to affect greatly the outcome of the students. So this was the modeling or the observational type of learning experience. Next, we have the observational learning models. Live modeling, give live examples to the students. The first picture shows a dummy being being handled by a doctor. Second is the female child is learning how to interact on a phone, and the male child is learning how to brush the teeth while his father is doing it. Next is verbal instructional modeling, the words that you are using. See, I would like to add one, say, a muhavra, a famous muhavra in Punjabi, that gal zubano te teer kamano, kadi wapas nahi mudde. The what you speak, the words that leave your tongue, and the arrow which has left its bow will never ever return back. So remember this thing as teachers, as fellow teachers, that when you are into a teaching profession, the type of the verbal communication and the instructional model that you are using to make your student learn has to be very, very precisely selected. Otherwise, it will not have the right kind of outcome. Now, type of reinforcement we have already covered. Now, when we talk about the observational learning, there are four components. First is attention, second is retention, third is motor reproduction, and fifth is the motivation. Your attention should be drawn. This attention should result in a retention, and then you should behave in a proper manner. That is your motor reproduction, and ultimately it should result in the motivation of an individual. So this is how I have picturized it: attention, motivation, motor reproduction. And motivation means impossible. I have removed the M, and it basically says I am possible. It's a very, very old saying that we have done. So what are the implications for all of this? Lot of learning occurs through observation. Teachers must present appropriate behavior. Again, I would repeat this thing: teachers must present appropriate behavior when they are in the class. It should be very, very important the way they conduct themselves. The four conditions of learning, that is attention, retention, motor reproduction, and motivation, must be incorporated in your lecture plan. Now, the teachers must expose the student to different models, the models that we have covered over here. In one way or another, the teachers should try to expose these students to the models, and behavior will emit from teacher to the students. Students learn from the teachers. So trends in teaching learning experience, recent trends we are talking about, all these topics would be covered in detail. The first is learning to learn, L2L. To make learners aware about their own and others' learning strategies. What are those strategies? It enables them to recognize learning as a skill which can be improved upon. I'm not going into details of it because all these topics are going to be covered in due course of time. Second is the whole process of learning to learn is involving four steps, that is informing, reminding, discussing, and training. When we talk about informing, you need to make the students understand this thing, that I am going to deliver this lecture, and this lecture is what we are going to cover in this lecture. It should be clear cut, being told to the students. Reminding is offering ongoing reminders and giving prompts to the students. Next is discussing, inviting students' own ideas and opinions about learning. I think I would have better appreciated if it would have been a two-way type of communication, but I don't think that you people are too comfortable as teachers to have a two-way communication, because learning would have been better in that case. Next is discussing. Let the students discuss. After every lecture, you should have a slot of 5 to 10 minutes where the lecture should be open for discussion and minded. आप बोलोगे सर हम तो करते हैं, students बोलते नहीं हैं. You will have to hammer them time and again, time and again, time and again, time and again. Ultimately, they will open. And next is training, giving direct information and learning in tips and techniques how to learn. Next we do is mind-friendly or accelerated learning, which is again meaning that the learning format should be such that it allows the student to complete courses in a shorter period of time as compared to the traditional semester, because they can shorten their semester. Next is action learning or peer coaching. It is done through live projects, critical incident analysis. Next is PBL, that is a problem-based learning. Knowledge is out there and existing independently of a learner. Very important line. Knowledge is already out there. The thing is, as a teacher, you have to gather all that knowledge and follow a funnel approach, giving the gist of what it has been done. Students will create their own learning and knowledge. Remember this thing. And the learning theory stresses the development of learning by an assimilation of new knowledge with existing knowledge. So problem-based learning can be brought about through cases, through scenario management, through the questionnaire analysis, and through the reflective writing. So when we talk about the dependence to independence of the education, we are talking about WSOL, we are talking about WDOL. WSOL means web supplemented online learning, in which all that you teach in the class is in the form of a web component. Second is web development online learning, WDOL. At the basic level, a very simple example, extension of the web supplemented mode whereby no paper-based handouts are made available to students. And next is fully online, and next is the mixed. Intelligent tutoring system, ITS, which will be covered in detail. It is based on the your artificial intelligence. As a person and as a teacher, I am not in a favor of it. So let us understand this thing, that to learn, students need to do something, and to do something, it is not like that you can see the student is doing something, he's sleeping in the class. No, remember this thing, the moment the students start dozing off or yawning, it means it is enough. After every 20 minutes you need to change or shift the topic, shift the the intent and the focus of your lectures. So I would say that everyone is my teacher. Some I seek, some I subconsciously attract. Often I learn simply by observing others. Some may be completely unaware that I am learning from them, yet I bow deeply in gratitude. I thank all of you for being a part of this journey called learning. Thank you so much. And with this, we'll be coming to the end of this very particular session. So we'll be for today's session, we'll be joining tomorrow at the same time at 9:30. So be there. Thank you so much.
This conference will now be recorded.